Everybody to the 2021 Masters Cast. Here today, I have joining me myself, Matthew Carmack, Adam Ballard, Jeremy Duvall, Devlin Smith, and Patrick Zora-Allen, who will be casting today and talking about which lists we think are going to do well, which people we think are going to do well, which people we don't think are going to do well, or which people we just don't think should do well. And then in addition to that, we'll have Mark Cox here saying a few words before we get started. So for those of you who don't know, my name is Matt Carmack. 2 years ago at the 2019 Masters, myself, Pat Zora-Allen, and Mike Piercy live streamed the Masters, some of the table games. We plan to do the same thing, or I specifically plan to do the same thing this year, at least with 2 tables. Pat's been working as a technical assistant on that, so I very much appreciate his advice. But we do have plans to do that again this year. And didn't qualify, or could have qualified, but decided to give Mountain Region Brad McKay instead. So I guess they can't be too upset. But yeah. Mr. Adam.
All right. I'm Adam Ballard, chair for the Mountain Region. I'm here to give some insightful feedback and basically represent the Mountain and Midwest region, because I know the rest of you guys aren't going to show us any love. So, Jeremy, what do you have to say about that?
I love the Mountain region personally. They deliver the best popcorn. I'm Jeremy Duvall, host of Countercharge, chair of the West. Looking forward to looking at all the juicy matchups we have tonight.
Is that over to me, I guess?
Yep.
All right, cool. Devlin Smith. I am from the Southeast region and Regional Peanut Gallery. I see that we have just lost Mark Cox, so I will be failing at replacing him. But so I'm here to give quality bottom table content, as I just managed to eke on the team by personal strategy to everyone else each year.
Patrick Allen here. The premier Kings of War has been. I'll be here to offer advice that is probably outdated, since I have not played very much other than online for the past year, like a lot of other people. But I still haven't busted the tournament team in third edition yet.
Alrighty. Well, those of us, these handsome gentlemen and myself will be giving your casts, but Mark did want to send us off with a few words before we get started.
Yeah, so hopefully I won't get kicked out mid-sentence. Again, I want to thank everybody who's here.
Bye, Mark.
Man, he even called it.
That's rich.
We'll give it a second to get back in here and finish it off. Third time's the charm.
Let's try it without video this time. Maybe that'll help.
There we go.
You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you're coming in good.
Okay, perfect. So I want to thank all you guys for doing this. There was a lot of uncertainty about what was happening with the pandemic and everything, and we actually ended up shifting from our typical February time slot to later in the year, and we still didn't know that was going to happen either. Thank you, Jeremy. That's very nice of you or that's not Jeremy, that's Pat. Thank you, Pat, for pulling up a picture of me. We didn't really know if we were going to be able to pull this off. There's still a lot of uncertainty that was happening, but the various chairs in the various regions were very supportive and communicative, and generally we wanted to make this happen. So even going into this week, I didn't know whether we were going to be able to do this right or not, and seeing the amount of effort that you guys are putting forward with this.
Anybody want to finish his sentence?
You guys are rock. Jeremy's the best. Thank you for coming to Masters. Let's play some Dizzy Bat. No, I'm just kidding.
That doesn't sound like Mark at all.
I mean,
Mark has now moved to the bathroom.
Yeah,
It looks-
I'm running all over the house right now trying to get anything to work. So I'll try and cut it down even more. There was a lot of uncertainty of whether we were going to be able to do this or not. Everybody pulling together and supporting this is what's going to make this happen. I didn't want this to be a spare effort. I wanted this to be a full Masters for you guys, and I think that's what we're going to get. It's really shown forward and pulled through. There's way too many people to thank before my internet drops out again. So, we're going to continue the long-standing tradition of having a Masters every year. Again, thanks in large part to y'all.
Well said, Mark.
He said what needed to be said. So,
If only he had a computer.
if only.
Can y'all hear me again?
Yep.
All right.
Finish it up, Mark.
All right. I'm not even going to try. Thank you guys. Have a lot of fun. Good luck to those of you who are playing, and I can't wait to see you guys in about 10 days. So, excellent. Thank you. Love you. We'll see y'all soon.
Bye, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Well
I'm going to
said.
hang up on purpose this time.
Oh, it's too late. I kicked him first.
Bold strategy.
All right. Well, just as a general thank you to Mark for letting us get this all under wraps and on the way. So, without further ado, we will go ahead and start kicking it off with our round 1 matchups for the 2021 Masters stream. So let's get this sorted to the correct screen now. We're going to go ahead and bring up the lists first. Our first table is going to be Corey Weiser. See, I'm just going to make it a statement up front. If I butcher the pronunciation on some of y'all's names, I apologize profusely.
I think it's
Make fun of
Walliser.
me in chat. Walliser? Okay.
Walliser,
Versus-
I think.
Versus Dylan Murray. Alrighty.
I think that's Murray.
Murray. See, yep, no, just done with it. Already. I'm going to go ahead and read off Corey's list. If Adam would like to read off Dylan's list when we get
Would
done here.
love to.
Excellent. All right, so starting off here, we've got Corey with Ogres. He's running some Red Goblin Rabble. He has 2 regiments. He has some Red Goblin Scouts, a troop. He has some Warrior Chariots with the Staying Stone. Excellent item. He has some Boomers, a horde of them. He has 2 hordes of Hunters. I'm liking this. 2 Crocodogs with those as well. 2 Berserker Brave regiments. A Red Goblin Blaster. A Boomer Sergeant with the Inspiring Talisman. An Army Standard with the Loot of Insatiable Darkness. Insatiable? This is what happens when you talk on the phone all day. Cuzlo and Madfall. And Namagrok. With some allies, which I think is going to be a common theme as we're going to see a lot of Forces of Nature allies. We have some Naiad Heart Piercers with a Unicorn. Specifically upgraded with wings and Lightning Bolt.
Because why would you take heal? So Dylan has a lot of ancients. He has 3 troops and 2 regiments of ancients. He then goes on to take 3 hordes of tyrants, one of them with the caterpillar. He has a horde of Scorchwings, 2 Lichilodons, 1 Phoenix, a battle captain on Rhino with the Blade of Slashing, and a Gekata Skylord. I do like that. Yeah, that's a lot more ancients than I'm used to seeing him run, so I'll be interested to hear why he's chosen that. Anyway,
Yeah, usually you see the couple troops, right, of ancients, or you see the 1 regiment that you're using as like a sit-on objective inspiring, but you don't see them often with troops and regiments together in the same list.
yeah, I mean
You have the unlocks for them. They're really good.
Yeah.
It's just, they're expensive irregular units, but they kind of make up for the fact and that you no longer need at least slow inspiring. You still need to find the unlocks for the faster inspiring models.
Yeah, and I was going to say there's a lot of just chunk in Dylan's list, like all those ancients. That's 5 units of defense, 6, and the tyrants kind of hit hard. I think the one concern I have about Dylan's list is if he's trying to use the ancient troops as chaff, that's really slow chaff at speed 4. Because, I mean, those tyrants are very, very delicate and can be shot off if the chance is given to it.
The way I normally use them is as a follow-up unit rather than chaff, because speed 4, you're not going to get anywhere fast for chaff, and Dylan doesn't quite have the shooting to force many people to go to push towards him. And Corey definitely has a good amount of shooting with his lightning bolt and the unicorn and heart piercers. That he might be able to pick up a couple of those, like Scorch Wings and Heliodons early, or focus down a Tyrant Horde or 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The Scorch Wings are going to have a time, probably going to spend a lot of it hiding behind things that are taller than they are, or at least trying to get cover from all the lightning bolt.
Yeah, but the Scorch Wings do have the benefit of being able to kind of go into area terrain, poke their leader point out of the terrain so they can get clear shots, but then benefit from some cover. So they have some little tricks that they can do with the terrain to help mitigate some of the return fire. But it looks like ideally he wants those Scorch Wings to kind of run down a flank, and if you turn all of your lightning bolt shots to deal with them, then you're not addressing what's coming straight at you.
I was going to say 5 defense 6 units that are all fearless is no joke, backed up by Radiance of Life and heal. So if they don't die, a lot of them are getting wounds back. You don't want to split fire at all, that's for sure.
I think I want to talk about. Go ahead.
So the ogres do have a pretty sizable drop advantage too, especially considering that every single unit in the ogre army is scoring. So I do think they have an edge, both drop size and speed wise, on a lot of different scenarios.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the ogre list is interesting because I look and there's like only 3 units, the chariot regiment and the 2 hunter hordes, that are really looking to punch you. Everything else is just wants to blast you off the table, which is something you don't really see with ogres a lot. So I get worried if he gets into matchups, Corey does, where like terrain doesn't play to his advantage and he has to really focus fire or kind of aim for shots and he's not given much to look at because a lot of this is dumped in the shooting. So I would be a little bit worried that when the lines finally come to bear, that he might not have enough guts to kind of punch through if they make it mostly intact.
It's true.
It's definitely very finesse of an ogre list compared to what we used to. I think that the quote-unquote standard ogre list starts with 2 horses, siege victors who can both hold a charge and punch through just about anything. This list doesn't have that, but it does have a lot of different tools. Kuzlo Massball is really good to combine with all that brutal. And then he also gets a couple of extra uses with the sticky tongue rule, and he's a good flanker in his own right. The unicorn is going to be dancing around a lot. Winning the unicorn with lightning bolts, I think, is low key one of the best allies in the game. It hasn't gotten a lot of press, but the unicorn is just so efficient. And then you give it wings, and it's all of a sudden a scoring unit with Pathfinder nimble speed 10, so it can go just about anywhere you want it to. It's definitely a very interesting list, but as Devlin said, it's probably going to struggle to punch through a lot, and that's where all of those ancient regiments are going to really shine. because Corey isn't going to. He's going to have to attrition down the Ancients. So in which case, his best bet might be to try to kill the Phoenix first, who's a big defense-free target. But that's also dangerous because Regen 4, if you don't kill it, he's coming right back as well.
Yeah, and then I kind of look at it from the other perspective of Dylan's going to have kind of a hard time hitting and killing things with his list as well, being as he has a lot of melee combat units. But those hunters are going to be deceptively difficult for him to chew through in a one-on-one matchup. The Tyrant's going to hit on 5s. They, even though they have 30 attacks, that's 10 hits on average.
And Snare always really hurts 4+, right? And Dylan really needs the 3 Tyrants to do work. I mean, that's the Ancients can sit there, but unless you really spike dice, they're not going to kill much. Mm-hmm. So he's got to deliver those Tyrants where he needs death. So he's gonna. And the thing about the Ogre list too, it's actually deceptively fast when you look at it for like a more infantry Ogre. I mean, the Hunters gives you a little extra speed. He's got some chariots. I mean, he's got some ways to move around the board, like with the Unicorn. But I think the train is going to be really interesting here. Just can he maneuver those Tyrants, dodge some extra shooting, and get them creating some angles? You know what I mean, and not just be right in front of the Hunters, because that's not a matchup you want to have. But
right, and then he might be able to hit some Red Goblin Rabble, but there's probably going to be something behind that Rabble that he's going to be in charge range of then.
One thing I want to call out real quick is even though the Ancients are stout, you also have to realize they're just -13. Brutal on all the Ogre units, plus Cuzlo for that Dread aura is a -2 that doesn't normally, because Cuzlo's Dread stacks with Brutal, right? It's the only thing that does.
It does, yep.
Yeah.
So you only have to do 2-3 wounds for those -13 to actually start getting peeled off, because you're looking at like 7s and 8s at that point for nerves. So that's another thing to keep in mind, although they are self-inspiring. But I'd be interested how many times Cuzlo comes into play, both for and against the opposition.
Yeah, it's one of those weird matchups where Cuzlo's going to be more effective in the midst of all the combats, the main lines, than he probably will be on a flanking mission. So
what are we thinking, y'all?
I'm not terribly familiar with Corey and his record. I don't know how much he's been playing and whatnot. I do know Dylan's been playing Salamanders for a long time, and he's been playing them very well. And even though this looks to be a little bit different than what I'm seen him take before, it still has all the same tools that he's taken in previous editions. And Dylan was second in the South region this year.
I believe so.
Losing out to Dustin. I mean, that's a pretty good accomplishment right there. I think he was beating Dustin for the first half of the year too. So,
yeah, he definitely has a high standing this year.
So I'd vote for Dylan in this matchup. I think he just has a lot of stuff that he'll be able to withstand some of the shooting and eventually get in to get the angles he needs.
What do you think, Pat?
I think my money is going to ultimately be on Dylan, unless it's a pillage scenario where he would have to spread out quite a lot. But in a lot of scenarios, you actually can keep pretty close, including control. You just focus on what happens aboard another. But as long as Dylan can keep, doesn't have to spread out too much for the scenario, I think he would take it. It's just a lot to put through, and those Tyrants are a little squishy, but if he's patient enough, he can make sure that he's at least getting cover shots from all that lightning bolts and stuff. And yeah, if he can get a non-hindered charge on hunters, they might not die the first time, but they'll still be hurting quite a lot for a decent follow-up. And Dylan has his own shooting to put a couple of wounds where he needs to make those cleanup charges easier.
So who are you picking?
I'm picking Dylan.
Okay. All right. Jeremy, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have hit on it a little bit here. Is I think those it's all comes down to the tyrants. Really, if he can navigate those, keep them protected, put him where he needs to get the work out of him. I mean, the list is pretty good. I played Dylan at Lone Wolf, really solid player. And depending on the scenario too, I mean, having ancient troops that he can drop certain places or carry tokens, or I mean, he has some nice options for some scenario play with those ancients. But he's a super solid player, so I think I'm going to go with Dylan too. But I think the key for this game is going to come down to how those tyrants work or don't work.
Seems fair. Devlin, what shade you throwing?
In danger of being landslidey, I got to go for my West chapter of the Blue City Brawlers. So Dylan represent. I think Corey's got a nasty list, and this is kind of the list he doesn't want to come up against in certain aspects. Like everyone touched, if you can shoot out the tyrants, that'll be a good chunk of his unit strength and his hitting power. But I think that if he can get into lines and clash, he can just hang on to the objectives with that defense 6. And at some point when you start hitting combat, a lot of that stuff's height 2 and height 3, so it'll kind of block your lines of sight for shooting, and it'll make things difficult in the long run. So I think Dylan will eke it out, but Corey will probably give his second round opponent something nasty to deal with.
Yeah, having played Dylan a couple times and having unfortunately don't know Corey that well. Hopefully I'll get to meet him at Masters and say hi. But what I will say is that Dylan is definitely a really good player and has improved a lot over the last 1 to 2 years. And this list in particular is definitely one of the ones that I used to think that I was totally okay playing against, and that is no longer the case. So yeah, I do have to pick my fellow South Region Dylan here for this one. But yeah, I mean, always feel free to absolutely shut us down and prove us wrong, and prove that you can absolutely crush Dylan, Corey. But all right, let's move on to our second match. So,
While you're pulling that up, kind of want to address something in the chat here. We're only doing the first 16 tables tonight, guys, so we're going to take as much time as we fucking want, okay? No dice down. We're going to talk your ears off.
Adam is correct. But without further ado, let's go ahead and clear out these. I have a better solution now, I believe. I said that, and then now it's going to all go away. So, our table 2, we have Donnie Croche. Croche, okay. Did Adobe just decide that it's not okay with opening 2 separate files? Adobe just decided it's not okay with opening 2 separate files. What a jerk. Okay. Fine. Go back to what I was just doing. At least I'll get one PDF.
If you open with Chrome, you can have it in 2 separate windows then.
Yeah, that's what I was doing prior. I was trying to make it prettier, but it didn't work. It did not work. All right, there we go. All right, so we have Donnie Croche versus Jeff O'Neill. Pat, if you'd like to read off Donnie's list, that's the Basilians, I believe, and then Jeremy, if you'd like to read off Jeff O'Neill's, the Goblins from the Southeast.
All right, yeah, we have We have 3 units of foot guard, 3 regiments, all with Aegis fragments. One of them with the Paladin Defenders upgrade. All of them have kept their shields for defense 5. We have 3 troops of Gur Panthers. We have 3 hordes of August Palace Guard. One with Fury, one with Headstrong, and one with Staying Stone for the only downside they have, which is they can be wavered. We have a High Paladin on Dragon with the Aegis Fragment. We have the Mother of Phoenixes and Julius the Dragon of Habit to bring to a 24 unit strength, 12 drop list.
Okay, so I'm gonna read Jeff O'Neill's list, and as Brenton said in the chat, everyone not named Donnie breathed a sigh of relief for the round 1 matchup. So Jeff is bringing 2 hordes of rabble. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hordes of rabble, obviously. 3 war trombones, 3 big rock throwers, 3 wingets, a giant, 3 bangets, 3 whizzes, and item-wise, the rabble all have mop-ups. 1 has the Hammer of Measured Force. The wingets, no items, and then Bangit has a piercing arrow, and then 1 has the Inspiring Talisman, and then 1 whiz with the boomstick, 1 with the Conjurer's Staff, and 1 with Zephyr's Crown. So he's got 22 unit strength with a total of 22 units. So a lot of individuals sort of eating into that unit strength, right? A lot of support characters, but coming in at 22 unit strength with 22 units.
Yeah, Donnie has more unit strength than him.
Yeah, and Jeff O'Neill has less scoring drops than he has drops. Or he has 10 scoring drops, as if I counted correctly. I see 6 rabble hordes, 3 wingets, and a giant.
Yeah.
And then everything else is, I mean, we're looking at 6 war machines and 6 individuals, so for 12. So yeah, it's a lot of individuals.
But y'all should be happy. This is his fluffy list. He sometimes, instead of giants, takes goblin blasters. So he actually toned it down for us this time.
Oh man. I
personally think mincers are the better choice for the monsters. Besides winged, obviously. But
sure. I mean, you take 3 wingeds if you play goblins. I don't know why you wouldn't. That's just how you do.
You care about society.
Goblins with 3 wingeds, Force of Nature is 3 unicorns. Ogres is usually shield breakers.
Trident realms, 3 knuckers. Like some of these things just come pre-built into Easy Army. So
it doesn't even give
you
the
option. Are you making a master's
there.
list? Here's what to start with.
So looking here, just out of curiosity, because I don't know if Tom's analysis shows it. I'm assuming he's counting lightning bolts as shots. But let's see, this is Jeff O'Neill. Jeff O'Neill is sitting here with, it's actually not the most shots on the table, for the record, but it is 79, which I'm pretty sure is in the top 5 without question.
Yeah, but here's the caveat to that. What?
Most of them are lightning bolts.
No.
Or 4s.
9 of them are blast.
Oh, yeah. I
All
wonder
the
how
rock
that's
throwers
factored
are
into the
blast.
sheet.
All the wingets are blast. All the bangets are blast. That's where it sneaks up on you.
Yeah,
And then
that is true.
It's a bunch of small sources, so it's very hard to shut down.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing I'm thinking about Donnie's list. His list is a pretty good list, but it doesn't have, I don't think it has the tools to deal with this many individuals and small base units running around.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's a weakness Basalians have outside of putting a mounted abyss, and then with duelist, but even there, she's killing on turn 2 1 individual a turn maybe. But that is a weakness of the army, is dealing with this many individuals. I mean, and if he spikes some shooting early and you lose an ogre, a palace guard or 2, I mean, as one of my brothers of the hegemony, Donnie, I'm going to be praying for you. But I mean, in this, Donnie just has to just be 99.999 focused on just what the scenario is, and not even worry, and of course kill when you have to. But he's got to be from deployment step one every way of the game. He's got to be scenario minded. If he's just in a straight up battle, there's no way he can kill enough. I don't think so. He's going to have to really stay focused, I think, to have a chance in this one.
I mean, so to try to spin it a different way, or in other words, to try to give Donnie some shred of hope here, because it does look pretty bleak on the outset when you only have effectively, I'm going to call it 8 units that actually fight things. Now, admittedly, 3 of those are Ogre Palace Guard and are like really good at fighting things, but like the dragon is good, but it's not good at killing hordes of rabble quickly. Julius is great, but he's not good at killing hordes of rabble quickly. And these Paladin Foot Guards are great, but they're not good at killing hordes quickly. So his only real solution to the hordes are the Ogre Palace Guard. But like, he does still have more scoring units than Jeff, and if he can pick up the hordes, and the giant, that leaves Jeff with like the wingets to score, and realistically they're going to fly circles around you until you cry. But like, if he can pick up all those scoring units and Jeff doesn't have anything left on the table to score, then theoretically that's
that
around
is the key to beating Jeff's list. It's focusing on the scenario.
Yeah.
Which is kind of hard though, because everything that scenario-wise and everything that plays for the scenario in Jeff's list is also stuff that you don't want to have to bother killing.
Yeah.
Which is a bunch of rabble. And rabble are point for point the best defensive unit in the game. And then we do have to take into account those mop-ups to add a little bit of extra consistency to their attacks. Like those mop-up upgrades and then do like an extra 1 or 2 points wounds, and that extra points of damage is gonna add up and make it much easier for a war combo or a bang it or a wing it to come in and kill you after you chew through a horde.
Yeah.
Well,
He doesn't. If he gets set and shot, this goblin list is going to pick up a unit a turn, if not 2.
One.
Sorry, Devlin. Having played against a similar goblin list quite often, trying to kill all the unit strength really never actually works out, because there's always at least 1 unit strength left, and with this list, you're not going to have any units left at the end of the game. If you're going to kill, you're coming at him, that's just coming right into the shooting, and goblins easily pick up a 12 drop army in 5 to 6 turns. So, Donnie, it's a pick your poison. You can try your luck, go after the unit strength, but I don't think you really have the tools to try and hop the lines and take out the things that are actually going to kill you. So, I don't really see a true clear line for a winning opportunity against this list with the tools that Donnie has.
So let's go down and rack and count it. Adam, it sounds like you're pretty in favor of Jeff here.
Yeah.
I think that's. I suspect, I have a sneaking suspicion that we're gonna see a landslide here. Pat, how are you feeling?
Jeff, he's got a good list, and he's been here before. He's consistently one of the top players in the country. I think he can take this one.
Jeremy?
At least when Donnie's army dies, he can go to Tom Annis, and Tom Annis can raise the hegemony as Be Undead, and he can continue the trek from Basalia to Undead. But good luck, bro. Prove me wrong, and then I'll buy you dinner the next day. So, but I'm going Jeff.
You hear that? if you beat him, Jeremy will buy you dinner.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't put any limitations
And
on it.
Tom will not be invited. Period.
Devlin, how you feeling?
Yeah, I've being on the receiving end of this more than anyone else in this room. I've got to get it to Jeff. The thing is that's really bad for Donnie's list is his thing that can make the most noise against his rabble hordes is a unit size that's bigger than the rest of his army. So it can't be hidden unless you're not advancing on Jeff's army. So I expect, even with cover from Panthers or whatnot, that a unit or two of Palace Guard are going to be gone by turn 3. So yeah, good luck in your second round, Donnie. I'm sorry, but we're willing to share these experiences from the Southeast with the rest of the community. So hopefully they get brought to the attention of the people who can really do something about it.
Yeah. While I still think one of your best options is trying to pick up that unit strength, I agree with Adam. It's just it's a tall order when you only have 3 units that can really dish out the volume of damage that you need to pick up those rabble quick, or to break a hole and get behind it and actually poke at the nasty things. And like I played Travis, who runs a similar list, definitely not the same, but very similar in style. And it caught me off guard with just how much damage just sneaks in, and then there's shattering, and like it just. I actually paused and did the math afterward because he picked up Shobik in one turn. I was just like, I don't think that's possible, and then did it. I was like, no, he absolutely could, and in fact should pick up Shobik in one turn.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah,
Once you're within the 12-inch death bubble,
Yeah.
it's two units a turn, defense 5, 15, 17s, like average.
Yeah.
Let alone they spike a roll because they're rolling so many goddamn dice. One turn out of the game, you're just going to look and be like, you just did 40 wounds in a shooting phase. And it's not impossible.
Yeah.
And
It's a rough list.
Yeah, there's no shame losing to Jeff either. I mean, he's in the top 1, 2, 3 picks, I think, for like a lot of people. And when you're trying to craft a journey through a tournament, I mean, we all joke about submarining, but it's not always bad to lose your first game either, as far as for your life of the event. And if anything, you're going to get to play against someone who probably will finish pretty well. So when you go home, you'll have that that memory to cherish that you helped propel a possible victor to glory. So,
Yep. Well, good luck. Prove us wrong. Make Jeff regret ever taking goblins. And we're going to move on to match number 3.
Before we get on, do we know the scoring system? Are we using a blackjack or the 15-5 cock system?
That's a good question. I don't.
It's blackjack.
It's a blackjack.
Yeah, I would assume
Blackjack?
blackjack. Okay. All right, moving on here. We got table 3, one that I'm sure many people will be excited about. We have Eric Trowbridge versus John Vanass.
The master himself.
Master himself.
With the same list.
All right. Devlin, do you want to read
I'll
our
take
current
Eric's.
U.S.
Yeah.
Masters?
I will sully his name with my bottom table oratory skills. So Eric is running it back with the exact same orc list that he ran last year. So to remind those who weren't paying attention, because we had 18 COVID years happen between now and then, he has 3 regiments of Morax, all with the Orcish Skullpole. He has 3 hordes of Great Axe, all with the Orcish Skullpole. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, 6 regiments of Orclings naked, a War Drum on foot, 3 Cudgers, 1 with the Skullpole, and Gakamak's Bloody Banner, which gives every heavy infantry wild charge +1. And then he rounds it out with 3 Crushers, all on Gores. 1 has Blade of Slashing, 1 has Mace of Crushing. And that is for 28 unit strength and 19 drops.
Nifty. Just bringing the same thing twice. No need to change it. It worked last time. Why not do it again? For John, we have the Forces of the Abyss. One of 4 different lists, I believe. We've got Lower Abyssals. He has a horde of them. They have exchange shields for crushing. We've got 3 troops of gargoyles, 3 regiments of flame bearers for a decent amount of shoots. We got some abyssal horsemen, 3 regiments of those, which are not too shabby themselves. An abyssal fiend, a seductress, an abyssal warlock, and the manifestation of Baal. Is it Baal or Baal or Baal?
I think it's Bale like hay, but I'm from the south,
Yeah.
so I don't know any better.
I'd see Baal and I'm like, Baal from Diablo 2. Clearly that's the reference here. But in any case, yeah, he's got a total of 25 unit strength and 14 units. So he has significantly less units.
A 14 is still pretty respectable.
Yeah.
Eric has so many more units.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Eric's like
I,
the 4th highest drops in the field, I think, or tied for it. Only goblins beat him.
So I really like Eric's list. I mean, he did well with it last year, and I do think 6 troops of cheap chaff is like the perfect number. It's enough that you can lose 3 of them and still have enough job to be able to absorb charges in turns 2, 3, and 4. He's got, and that's just the Orklings when you count the Grudgers, who are essentially chaff as well since they're mighty. They can be overrun, but 12, 14 defense 5. If they're not rallied, it's still pretty tough to go through. Eric has a lot of board control between all of this. And you're not going to really know exactly where everything's going to be dropped because he has so much essentially dead drops. The good thing is it doesn't really matter too much. You just have to worry about Great Axe or More Axe. That being said, John does have enough shooting to be able to potentially strip away that Orkling shield early. And he's facing a bunch of big hordes of stuff, but those Abyssal Horsemen, if he gets a couple multi-charges in, can definitely take him out. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup, and it really depends on those first couple early turns and whether John's shooting ends up stripping away enough Orklings, I think.
Yeah, I think actually John has a really great counter list to this because, like you had mentioned, he has the good amount of shooting from multiple different sources that has a decent range. So he'll be able to take out, 2-3 units of chaff in a single shooting phase and then get bum rush. But I think that the key factor for John is then he's going to actually win the chaff battle because he has 3 gargoyles himself, and then he'll be able to pick on the hordes or the Morax regiments, getting those double charges that he needs with his horsemen and whatnot. And I think that he's able to kind of counter the kind of sneaky second layer of chaff with those mounted individuals because he has a seductress himself that's going to be duelists flying around, probably taking those guys out fairly easily. I guess I didn't do the math, but 10 attacks, hitting on 3s, crush 1. I think they'll do a pretty decent number to at least waver them, if not pick them up in one go. Because with only 1 war drum, I have a feeling that John's going to be able to kind of pick on the units that are outside of that rally range.
Our chat is making a point to just say over and over that John has been playing 40k, and that's practice for this match. And I don't know if that's meant to be a compliment in John's favor or an attack on his ability, because I generally don't know how 40k plays in the Kings of War.
I think it's a similarity. 40k orcs usually try to just max out how many things they can drop in their deployment zone, and Eric's done the same thing.
That's fair. It is
And it's going to be a lot of hiding in this list until Eric is ready to engage. The Seductress, by the way, should only do 3 or 4 wounds against defense 5, so she's actually going to struggle to kill even the Crushers. She could do it in one go, but it's definitely not a guarantee.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I had to, I'll jump in earlier this time. And this is maybe just looking at it from a quick glance, because the Orklings are still going to soak up shots, right? You got to get rid of them first, or else they just chaff you up for the rest of the day. And yeah, the Gargoyles probably beat them in the chaff fight, but it's the Crushers that I'm seeing, and the Crudgers, respectively. It's both of them that can effectively be used as like a second line of chaff, and arguably really speed. I mean, 3 Crushers. He's only got 1 Seductress, and she can only pick on one of those at a time. If these Crushers get into that shooting line and shut it down, or poke these Abyssal Horsemen and knock out Thunderous or stomp them down, and even then, I think my real concern for John here is that sure, he kills all this chaff, right? Like let's say he punches all this chaff out of the way and just annihilates the chaff in the first 2 turns. He's got to deal with 3 hordes of Great Axe, and the only things that he's really got to do that with, outside of attempting to shoot him, are these Abyssal Horsemen. And then it's just a lot of nerve to grind through for a unit that really gets 1 shot and then is going to be stuck at Crush 1 for most of the game.
Well, I mean, if he can't bounce with that Cav, because they're at 14-16. I mean,
Yeah,
any of those, they're dead, right? So I think
that countercharge.
I think what Pat said, I think is really interesting, which is John has a lot of tools to deal with some of the chaff. So can he effectively do that in the early part of the game? So when he is engaging his knights, he's basically engaging them with I'll need snakes or a 3 to kill whatever unit I'm charging, because this is not a list you want to get stuck anywhere. PC's just going to punch you in the face. Defense 5 regen is knights, but at 14-16, I mean, there's not much that those knights can live against on a counter charge. But with the 3 Gargoyles, and it's a lot of shooting, so I mean, if John has a good shooting phase, a couple good early shooting phases, and I know they're joking about 40K in the chat, but I mean, there is something to be said that I know that Eric plays like a fiend, right? We've talked about it a lot, just how many games he gets in, and I don't know how much Kings John has been playing over the last few months, but thankfully it is a game that is not necessary. You can pick it back up relatively quickly, right? It's not like if you don't play for 3 months, you're like, what's even come out in the game? So I think sometimes we look at that maybe as too much of a thing, how many games you've gotten in, but yeah, it should be interesting. I play John at every Masters instead of last one when he ran it, and a beautiful army, always brings really nicely painted models. A great guy, super fun to play against. So it should be interesting. He's playing the same list he did last year. I mean, that's just like, you're the champ until you ain't the champ no more. But this is actually not going to be like an easy entry into Masters. This list does have some tools to deal with his list, so it should be pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, y'all have pretty much highlighted everything I would say. But I think the Horsemen you'll probably get a double charge on a Horde of Great Axe. You'll pick them up, and then you turn the face, and you're like, okay, now there's 87 more Orc units staring me down. What do I do? I agree with everyone else. I think if anyone's that we've seen so far has had a chance to deal with Eric's list, it's this one. But at the end of the day, it'll come down to, can he clear all the chaff in the first 2 turns? And that'll mean like each Flame Bear and Lightning Bolt kind of have to pick up 2 units of Orklings, 3 units of Orklings a turn, and then from there, can he still capitalize on his shooting, or does he have to worry about the Crushers hitting the lines and so on? So yeah, it'll be an uphill battle for John for sure, but he could do it.
Cool. All right, let's rack them and stack them. Adam, what do you think?
Pass. Go to the next person.
Pat, Adam's throwing you under the bus. What do you think?
Under the bus.
I'm going to vote for Eric. He's done it before. His list is the type of list I would play with that much chaff. And I do know, I assume he has a plan to deal with a bunch of shooting in order to take his chaff off. And I think part of that plan involves all those mounted crushers. So I think he still takes it, but it's definitely going to be a close fight. I don't think a score will be close. I think whoever wins is going to win big, because I think the match is going to be decided at around turn 3.
Cool. Mr. Jeremy.
So in San Antonio Masters, John's podcast co-host Jake had to play Aaron, right? And everyone said, "Sorry, Jakey. Oh man, I'm gonna buy you a beer after because you're gonna get squashed." We all look like fools. So this time I'm gonna look like a genius, and I'm gonna say John is gonna have the most amazing shooting phase. The demon lava will come up out of the ground. He's gonna kill 17,000 Orklings in the first round, and he's gonna go to town. So I say John.
Being good. Mr. Devlin.
I'm still going to give it to Eric. To be the guy, you got to beat the guy. So that's the way I'm going to go. I will say, as a caveat to someone saying Eric plays an exorbitant amount of games, Kyle Poole recently moved to my neck of the woods, so probably his main gaming buddy has not been around as much. So that might have went from like thousands a month to like only hundreds. But no, I think this is another case of someone's going to have a rough game 2 opponent when they roll up to this table. So I don't pity the fool.
I have a feeling where you might be saying that a couple times throughout this cast.
Yeah. This is definitely a closer call than the last 2 matchups, I think. I think with the round 2 one, it was just a painful thing to have to describe. This one is more of a okay, so both players could take this. I could definitely see both players taking this. I probably edge out and give it to Eric by the smallest margin. My biggest reason for that is there's just so much nerve in this list. Not just units, but functionally the amount of wounds that have to be dealt to pick up all these units is just so much. And I don't. It's not that I don't think John's list could do it. It's that he's gotta. There's little room for error here. The dice roll a little bit under, that chaff gets in. Dice roll average, but doesn't break one orc horde. Everything else can go very wrong very quickly, I think. Whereas I think Eric has a much easier route to victory. But yeah, we'll see. So we'll move on to our round number 4.
You're not gonna let me vote now, Matt? I had
Oh,
enough
okay.
time
Yeah,
to
no,
think.
you lost your voting privileges, Adam. No, go for it.
I am going to go with John. The main reason I'm going with John is that Eric didn't even bother creating this list and updating it to 2021 Masters. This is literally 2020 Masters list. So he's clearly just, his mind's not in it. I think John's going to win. He's been playing 40K. It sounds like he knows how to take out orcs.
As long as Jeff Swan or myself are not playing near this table, so our dice negative aura of -3 to all dice rolls at Masters doesn't affect John, then I think he's got a chance. But
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get on to our good table 4. Table 4. So we have Jeff Shupkin versus Julian Lesage.
I'll read Jeff's list because I don't want to read that
Jilkin's
program.
list.
No, I'm reading Jeff's list, so I don't have to read the other programs list.
Can we just vote
What
against
is
Julian for picking Battlescribe? Like, is that
Yeah,
just,
I
is that too
mean,
mean?
Oh, I see.
like,
I see what you're
yeah.
saying.
When I reviewed this particular list, I was like, I mean, it's legal, but really,
Alrighty, well, go ahead and get me started with these Abyssal Dwarves from Shilpkin.
all right. Jeff Shulkin's got a troop of gargoyles, 2 regiments of mutated mastiffs, 2 hordes of lesser obsidian golems, a horde of abyssal grotesques with the staying stone, greater obsidian golem. He has hexcaster with the conjurer staff and weakness. He has an iron caster replacing fireball with surge. He has Dravik Dulcan and the Infernoc, because they both got to come together. And then he allied in the Ogre allies, which is always going to be 2 hordes of Siege Breakers and an Army Standard Bearer.
All right, Pat, whenever you're ready, go ahead and read us out.
Gotta
Julian.
go through this. All right, so we got first of all, yes, you can fuck around on Battlescribe when you're building stuff because it's easy to use on the phone and all that. But submit your list in an easy army. Come on now. All right. That being said, a horde of pole arms, 1, 2, 3 regiments of spear phalanx with ensnare, 2 regiments of cav. Doesn't look like any items on them. Honor guard horde with healing group. And another honor guard horde with Pathfinder. Both of them, for the Pathfinder one has an Indomitable Will. Got a battle shrine, a Baron with the loot. Looks like he is still on foot. A Duke and Ancient Winged Arrowhead with Blade of Slashing. A Wizard on Pegasus with Boomstick, swapped out the Lightning Bolt. A Wizard with Shroud of the Saint, swap out the Lightning Bolt and heal. So you'll have heal 5. And then another Wizard on Pegasus with Bane Chant, swap out the Lightning Bolt and Conjurer's Staff. And not going to count how many drops that was because he didn't use the army and it hasn't been told before. So.
This was Julian's list. Let me see if I can get us a count here real quick. Julian is League of Rordia, 14 drops with 29 unit strength. It is quite a number.
So even on drops, Jeff has less for unit strength, but
Shocker, it's Kingdoms of, Rordia.
Now, I think did Mid Atlantic do like a for some of their players? It was people who qualified, but then they did like a raffle or something. I'm not familiar with Julian. Does anyone know?
I think he's a fairly new player on the scene,
Okay,
from
that's what
what
I
I've
thought.
heard. But I also hear that he's like, I think this was the guy. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I think he's also like already started to like run his own GT, and he's been very active.
Nice,
So jumping headlong into it.
cool, awesome. Welcome to the community, brother.
But yeah, it does look like he was one that won the raffle.
Okay.
Throwing that up there for the stream to see. But yeah. Well, cool. Welcome to the community.
Yeah,
Probably
welcome, dude.
bash you a lot for not using Easy Army, but after that, have a fun game, though.
It's how we learn.
I mean, welcome to the community. Jeff Shulkin's your first opponent. Welcome
Yeah,
to
welcome.
Masters.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Use Easy Army next time.
Maybe that'll give your dice some luck for beating this.
I'm just sorry. It's just like I don't have enough defense 6 playing Abyssal Dwarves. So let me ally in Siege
Some
Breakers.
more defense
Ugh.
6.
I mean, it's
He
just
he
like-
wanted defense 6 that was
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Different
I was
speed
sitting
levels
there.
in your
I was like,
D6?
what could possibly make the consolation that you're not taking like 3 Hexcasters? Oh, because you allied in 2 Siegebreaker hordes. Okay, got it.
One of the best things, though, about coming to a Masters as a newer player is that in the first round you get to play a player like this, right? That this is going to be, it's no shame to come to a Masters and get squashed by someone. Not that this is going to happen, but I mean, it's just like a great experience for wanting to get involved in the scene to come here and play against this.
I've lost to Jeff Shulkin many a times.
No,
was
he's a
gonna
really
say,
solid player.
Everyone take a drink every time Jeremy says it's no shame.
It's no shame.
It's no shame to lose to someone.
Well, I'm just trying to be nice. Other than this, you're going to get
I know.
squashed, buddy.
Got some consolation prizes here. One, it won't be as fast as I got tabled last year in ranked game 1 because I literally got to go to breakfast like an hour in, so that's really nice. And 2, Jeff is a really nice and pleasant person to play, so it'll be a blast.
It's true. Looking at the actual lists here to try to give some actual commentary on these armies and not just the players. Let's see here. Is there? What does this Rordia list have that can deal with?
So, no, actually, Rhodia List has a lot to deal with this army. That Hexcaster...
2 Honor Guard.
He's got the 2 Honor Guard. That Hexcaster is going to be a problem because, weakness plus defense 6 is always an issue, and he can't be lightning bolts off very easily. And like this Rhodia army, I find it weird to have a Baron as your scroll caddy, or as your loot caddy versus an army standard bearer. I would have preferred just an army standard bearer and use the extra, like 20 points or so to give that second honor guard unit Indomitable Will and something better than Healing Group.
I'd agree.
But I mean, like, this Rhodia list has a good mix of defense and punch, and has a lot of tools. Those ensnare regiments, nothing in the Visible Warp army is going to kill them in one go, which is pretty good for a, 140-point unit? Yeah. Even the Siege Breakers are, I mean, Siege Breakers might on a good roll. But, he has 3 of them, and the Siege Breakers are also almost twice the points. But, like, the Grotesque and the Obsidian Golems are going to be held up against those guys. And I'm assuming that's where the Battle Shrine is going to be nearby. And when they're 15 and 17, even the Siege Breakers are going to struggle against them. The Gargoyles are pretty much a dead drop for the Visible Wars with how much Lightning Bolt they have, same as Massive Packs. I'm guessing Jeff is going to have to hide him behind the Obsidian Golem until he uses them. But those lightning bolts, the Battle Shrine's tall, and then 2 of his other ones are on Pegasus, so they can get some decent angles. Duke on Winged Aralez is just a really solid monster and budget unit, and he's surprisingly hard to kill. I mean, Iron Resolve and Radiance of Life just combined for something that you either kill all at once or not at all. Like this Rhodia list does have a good amount of options, and those knights are your little budget mini hammers. Like, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Jeff is going to take this very easily. I do think that if it's a scenario like Dominate or Control, then it's going to be a very uphill struggle for Julian, though, because having to fight in a small area is going to be a struggle against all that defense 6.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I think Julian could take off a couple of the defense 6 units, but there's, 6 total? There's 2 lesser Obsidian Golems, 1 greater Golem, Infernoc, and then 2 Siege Breakers.
Yep.
So you're looking at an average of the defense 6 units having a 17 to 18 nerve that you need to break them as well. I mean, yeah, you got the cav that add a couple wounds to it. You have Honor Guard, but even like an honor guard cav double charge into a single unit of those, they're just going to be exposed out there.
Yeah.
They might be able to pick up one of the defense 6, but then he's just going to swarm and mitigate their ability to do any more damage from there. Because Julian doesn't have much as far as like chaff that he can charge in. Like when he decides to commit to the combats, he can't really stop the counter attack that Jeff is going to have. And he can't deal with the defense 6 from range, from what I can see either.
He's got a couple lightning bolts which will pick up the hunting packs potentially. I mean, I'll give him, like, I'll say that he picks up the hunting packs, but those lightning bolts are just going to bounce off of maybe over the entire game he picks up one defense 6 unit with all of his lightning bolt. But if he's doing that, he's not healing with one of these casters, which I think he's going to I wish this listed a lot more heal. Because I will say the nice thing about these pike regiments, they all have ensnare. The one downside of obsidian golems, as I've said many times, is that they only hit on 4s. So you stick stuff in trees with ensnare and you watch them hit on 6s and you just sit there. You don't even countercharge. You just laugh and heal up whatever few wounds they do manage to do. Because like whatever they hit is going to die, like take wounds. It doesn't matter. So you're just negating the hits to down to 6s. But I just don't think there's enough heal to try that strategy of like just holding him off and then like slowly picking up on one side or trying to, because like if we think about this, like all of the damage in this Julian list is from those mounted fast units, right? And if you play mounted fast, there are effectively 3 strategies. You either hit the left, right, or the center, and then you try to create a hole and exploit the hole. Or you hit the flank and you start wrapping down the flank. But if what you need to do that, though, is a solid center that just doesn't die quickly, or at least can survive a couple turns while the cav is doing its work. And the pikemen are good for that. Like, I like them, but I don't think there's enough heal to keep them alive for 2 turns is the issue. And the cav really need that. And that's assuming that Jeff doesn't, anchor up his flanks and...
Yeah. I was going to say, like, does Jeff even care about the pikemen? Like, if he wants to run straight at pikemen, is that what Jeff's going to do? I mean, I've played Jeff and seen him play this list. He'll turn his flank to a horde of pikes and say, go ahead, charge in, Bane chant them. I don't care. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to, counter whatever you're deciding to do on this flank that you think is going to work. So Jeff's a numbers guy. He knows the numbers. He's going to put himself in an optimal position, and he loves his defense 6, and he's got all that.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I think everyone got their thoughts on that, right? I didn't miss anybody? Alrighty. Well, Adam, who are you thinking? It sounds pretty one-sided on this one.
Yeah, if your name's Jeff, I think you're getting a vote this tournament, so I'll vote for the second Jeff.
Got a few of those today.
I'll vote for Julian. I think it's going to be tough, and it's scenario dependent. I do think he has the tools to deal with this list as long as he's patient and doesn't overcommit.
Okay.
I think the opposite. I think Julian can quite easily shoot off the grotesque and some of the other things, but when it comes to 5 different 6 units, you're only working with piercing 1. I just don't think you have the numbers to get there. And sure, you can get the honor guard in and pick up one of those defense 6 units or 2 of them in 1 turn, but then you've got the other ones will just kind of turn the face, and then the grind will eventually wear you down. Yeah, he can hold up with the spear phalanx for 2 turns on obsidian golems, but still anything that hits is wounding because it's crush 2 and vicious. So I think even if Julian tries to get positionally in a place where he can kind of work with it, it'll eventually just fall by the wayside. And so I think eventually, if Julian's got to be patient with it, he'll eventually get caged in and won't be able to do much around it. So I've got Jeff in this one.
Mr. Jeremy.
If they play a scenario where they have to use the whole board to deploy, I think that's where Julian has a chance. But like you guys have mentioned, if Jeff can deploy 2/3 of the board or 1/4 of the board, or however you want to call it, it's going to be pretty tough. But I got to go with Jeff, I think. But I hear they said from the chat that Julian is a good painter, so I'm excited to check out his army.
Ooh. Jeff's stuff isn't too shabby either, so this will be a pretty table then.
But if he's playing his dwarves, then that means he's using his regular dwarves for abyssal dwarves, and that will make me sad.
He's not.
Oh, is it a new army?
It is a new army.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh, well then he is an amazing painter too. So this might be our first really pretty both sides, pretty table that we've gotten to so far.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I do in terms of who I would go for, I do think that I don't think Jeff's list is unbeatable by this Rhodia list by any means, but I'd give Jeff a pretty good edge. It's the defense 6. That much of it is just really rough. It's you got to have the right tools, and this Rhodia list has 2 of them. If there was a 3rd honor guard here, I'd give him a much higher chance, but it's hard to fit 3 of those in any list without sacrificing other stuff, and then you're running on unit strength issues, and yeah.
And let's not forget that Jeff Shulkin was the runner-up master last year. Went undefeated, only drew to Travis Tim, who finished 3rd overall. And Jeff was playing a similar style list, very defense 6 heavy in his dwarves. So he's not reaching too far from his roots.
No, definitely in his wheelhouse, right? This is a list that's within.
And
what he likes to play, yeah.
I'd easily put Jeff right up there, top 5, top 10 of all the Masters players.
Good. Alrighty, let's head over to... No! What have I done? Closed one of my windows. What a fool I am. Table 5. We're going to have Kyle Timberlake versus Stephen DeRose.
I can read Kyle's army.
Excellent, excellent.
So he's one of my players from the West, and Kyle is playing dwarves. He has 2 troops of ironclad with throwing mastiffs, 3 regiments of iron guard, all with throwing mastiffs, 2 regiments of shield breakers, 1 called the Green Hammer and 1 the Red Hammer. Green Hammer has Blade of Slashing. Red Hammer has Mace of Crushing. He also has a horde of Bulwarkers with Brew of Strength and Throwing Mastiff. A regiment of Rangers with a Staying Stone. 3 cannons. A Battle Driller. A Dwarf Lord with Wings of the Honey Maze. A Berserker Lord mounted with Blade of the Beast Slayer. Standard Bearer with Loot. Flame Priest with Inspiring Talisman and Bane Chant.
All right. I think I've got Steven. So Stephen DeRose out of the Mountain region. He's running Brotherhood of the Green Lady, or Order of the Green Lady. So he has 3 regiments of Heart Piercers. He's got 1 regiment of the normal knights. He gave them Brew of Sharpness, and they've got the Banner of the Green Lady for Pathfinder. He has got an Order of Redemption regiment with the Brew of Strength. 2 hordes of water elementals, 1 with Pipes of Terror, 1 with Mace of Crushing. 2 Beasts of Nature with flying and 7 attacks as they come. 2 Pegasus for Delicious Jaffiness. A Druid with Bane Chant 2 and upgrading the Surge to Surge 8 because of Tome of Darkness. And he caps it off with a winged unicorn with Stang Stone, and he's got the heal and looks like no lightning bolt. I think I'll start it off. I think I like it. It really depends on what the scenario is, and I know that's a cop-out answer, but I think I like Kyle's list into this Brotherhood list just because. I mean, it's not as mobile as many Brotherhood lists are. It's only got the 2 regiments of knights, and more of it's just kind of in the hordes and in the shooting to kind of take things through. But I don't know if he'll have to kind of double charge many of the things that aren't ironclad to kind of pull them off. And so if it's a scenario to where Steven can kind of sit back and kind of angle into objectives late game and just kind of take it that way, he's got good odds of it because he can move way faster and kind of get in position. But if it turns into something like Dominate with a Grind Fest or Raise where you got to fight over objectives, Kyle's kind of got the upper hand from my looks at things, especially with the cannons to try to pick off some of those bigger, juicy targets on Steven's side.
Says, what's going on with Steven's unicorn? Well, it has heal instead of lightning bolt, so there's that. But otherwise, I mean, it does still, in fact, fly as they do.
It's funny because Steven was running unicorns with heal, not flying before this, and I told him, no, you run a unicorn, it has to have wings. You don't take it any other way. So he did that, but he didn't give it lightning bolt, which in this matchup, I don't think it's actually a bad thing because those cannons are going to have to pick something up the turn that they shoot at it. Otherwise, most everything in the a large portion of the army is regenerating, and then he has a large amount of heal as well backing it up. So those cannon wounds that go out there aren't going to stick unless he kills.
Yeah, there is a good amount of regen on multiple of his good hammer units. And I mean the heart piercers too, but if you're shooting the heart piercers, you're doing it wrong. You got to have critical volume there, or else it's just gonna all come back wasted shots.
Right. The Brotherhood are probably going to be in terrain because they have Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Order of Redemption, regen. Water Elementals, regen.
Yep.
You can shoot at the Beast of Nature, maybe the Pegasus, but those are maybe less of a priority target-wise than what you'd really want to.
Yeah, my biggest concern for Kyle here. At first, I was like, so he has 17 units, and then I was looking at Stevens, and I'm only seeing 13. I was like, okay, so there's a massive difference there. How many of them are scoring units, or what I like to call combat units, meaning scoring units that actually do at least some damage? And then I double checked Kyle's list, and the answer is he doesn't have a whole lot. The bulwarkers are a pretty hefty unit. The shield breakers are in regiments, which isn't bad by any means, but they're definitely not like you're not going to run a regiment into something and expect that thing to die in almost any circumstance. It's not going to pop another regiment in one turn. Even if it was defense 3 and 13-15, it still just doesn't have the volume of attacks to do it. But when you factor in all the dogs throwing first, normally that would compensate for that. You throw 1 million dogs on one turn, eat a couple charges with chaff, and then you charge in and pick up everything that's left alive after the dogs just murder things. But with all that regen, most of those wounds are just going to get picked right back up, and then you're in a grind fest with regen things as dwarves who have no heal, and then you're relying on cannon shots, which it could be rough. Maybe I'm missing something in the list, but I just don't think he has enough volume of shooting to pick up enough units to then be able to recover once the grind starts.
Yeah, and I think that one of the big things is that the dwarves with this many throwing mastiffs, they want to use them before their opponent gets the initial alpha charge, because Kyle's whole army is speed 4, except for a ranger unit speed 5 and a dwarf with some wings, and a berserker lord. But so Steven's going to be able to pick and choose any of the charges he really wants, and because he has that several units over the 16-inch threat range of those throwing mastiffs, he can shut down the throwing mastiffs even before they get in. And even if he doesn't charge the units with throwing mastiffs, do the Iron Guard really want to just throw their dogs versus charging, or would they rather actually get into the combat? So sometimes you can mitigate those throwing mastiffs if you have tools like Steven does.
I think turn trees can be interesting on this because Steven does have enough flyers to get into those cannons quickly that if he can do so, that it's going to be very hard. Without those cannons, this dwarf list does kind of fall apart a little bit because they don't have the damage output. This dwarf list does have a good amount of tools, and seeing all those regiments, I do hope to see a lot of corkscrews and things of that nature, because that's what you ideally do with a bunch of tech-strong infantry regiments, is you set up flank charges. But if he isn't able to pick up or protect his cannons and his shooting in order to be able to do damage over the course of the game, then this dwarf list is going to have an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, his list is really designed around, right, trying to get damage with the cannons, get damage with the dogs, and then when you finally engage him, he's got a bunch of angles, and none individually thing hits all that hard. So if he loses a unit here, loses a unit there, it's not a big deal because he's just whittling you away. So, I mean, I think that if he has that sort of those early shooting phase where he hits with one cannon, right, the regen is really going to hurt you at there, because I still think if I'm Kyle, I still want to try to shoot at the 15, 17 stuff, even though it has regen, and just hope that you get lucky and get some early, pick off some units early. It is nice, though, Kyle sort of taking the Kevin Von Felt banner of playing infantry dwarves, and I know he's been working a long time painting this army and playing it. So should be pretty interesting. I think if he has he's going to need a couple of hot turns early with the cannons, I think, to put him in a place. And then, if Steven charges in and gets stuck a couple places and, he can get the shield breakers into a flank somewhere, that hits pretty hard. So should be interesting.
Realistically, though, anything that doesn't have regen is going to be in terrain, because everything has Pathfinder that doesn't have regen. So he's either going to be choosing 6s on the things that potentially stick the wounds, or 5s on the things that can get most, if not all of them, back.
Yeah, so I think he just picks what he wants to go, and he's just like, it's a dice game, I'm just going to roll my cannons. If I get lucky and hit, get a big spike turn. I mean, cannons spiking on 15, 17 nerve, I mean, you can pick up a unit. And just hope when Steven kills something and reforms, that's when the dogs come. You know what I mean? Or he just hopes to try to pick up some stuff. He knows he's going to lose units to his speed. He's just going to try to set up good counter lanes.
Sure.
I do want to call out the dogs always hit on force, so they don't give a damn about cover.
Yeah.
But to the point is, you'll probably be charged before you get a chance to throw the dogs.
Exactly.
Yeah. I suspect the dogs are actually probably there to help with things like cheap flying chaff or things that are going to try to rank it. Like, I think in this matchup, we're looking at the dogs just in the space of this matchup. But if you look at it as how this list was put together, what is this list trying to do? I think those dogs are there to deal with things like, dragons, flying things that are trying to sneak around the sides. It gives that, because we were talking about, these dwarves could just charge instead of throw dogs. Well, what if they can't? What if they can't charge the thing? So at least gives it's that surge scenario, right? Like surge is not actually that dangerous. It just prevents the other person from taking optimal moves sometimes,
Mhm.
and sometimes that's all you need. This is that. This is the dogs are there to nab those sneaky maneuvers.
And Tom does bring up a good point in the chat. You know, Kyle did just take this list of Lone Wolf and went for 0-1 and would have finished much higher in overall had his army been painted. He had some stuff unfinished. So, I mean, he has been playing this list at a high level too against tough competition. So, well, I mean, almost tough. He did have to play Rob Fanuff. No, I'm just kidding. The Lone Wolf.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, let's go down the line. Mr. Adam.
I got to give it to my Mountain Region player, Steven. I think he got this one.
Seems good. Pat.
It really just depends on those cannons, turns 1 and 2.
Yep.
If the cannons hit turns 1 and 2 and pick up some of those flying units, I think the dwarves have it. But if not, then others have it. If you have to have a one way or the other, I would say Brotherhood because I don't like relying on cannons personally. But I think it's toss up.
And Jeremy.
I think it's going to be super close. Like what Pat said to me, it's really the first 2 turns of cannon fire. It's going to decide it. But I do think, not to be a homer, but I think Kyle has been playing better and better each tournament. I think he's really close to that sort of breakthrough tournament or breakthrough series of games. You know what I mean? So since Adam went with his homeboy, I'm going to go with mine. So I'm going to go Kyle.
I'd be disappointed if he didn't, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm. I know. I mean, serious. I mean, I think he's getting close to putting something together here at an event. But like Pat said, always the great lens on the game. It's going to be those first few cannon turns.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, unless it's a scenario like dominate, or control. Well, not even control. I just think that the movement is going for the Brotherhood is going to play in way more than the dwarves. Respect for the dude for not taking any golems. Like, you do you, brother. That's awesome. And it's great to see a list like this because normally we see a lot of more, as we just kind of alluded to, like the Jeff Shilkin list, where it's like a bunch of hordes of earth elementals and some kings on large beasts. So I love seeing the variation in this list. I do think it'll be a close game. I think it'll kind of come down to a couple key dice rolls, but I think at the end of the day, odds are just better in favor of Steven. So I'm going with the Green Lady list.
I'll rock the boat a bit and say that I do think that looking at this, I definitely like Steven's list, and I think it is a good Brotherhood list and does what Brotherhood wants to do best. Get in there, punch things, do it from a good speed, and then just grind it out with lots of regen as your heal option, and then with some decent backup shooting. What I do think that this dwarf list does have the tools to deal with some of this. I definitely think Steven gets to pick the fights, right? He has the speed. That's really the decision. So Kyle either has to play the terrain really well, or set it up to try to force Steven to take bad charges. That's really how it'll do. I think scenario play gives a slight edge to the dwarves depending on which scenario gets rolled. I think dominate favors the dwarves in this case, but as I think everyone has said, and I'll echo it, it really comes down to those. This is why I don't like artillery, because it's, do you roll a 5+ 3 times within the first 2 turns, and then does the blast actually do something decent? So, but yeah, it is definitely going to be a close game, I think. Switching over, moving on to table 6. We have
Only 10 more to go.
Oh, 12 more to go tonight. Yeah, we're not just. I think there's some people who have not been in the chat the entire time. So for those in the chat just joining us, we are not doing all 64 players and 32 tables tonight. We are just going to do half of them. Even we're not that insane. I love talking about Kings of War, and I'll talk your ears off, I'm sure, during the entire Masters when we do the live stream. But I've already been talking on the phone all day, so my voice needs a break every once in a while. But let's get on here with Adam versus Shannon. Let's see. Whose turn was it to read?
I believe it's you and Adam.
Oh, hey, Adam, you want to read your own list off?
I'll read my own list.
Ah.
All right. We got Empire Dust here. So I got a horde of skeleton warriors, 2 regiments of skeleton spearmen, a regiment of mummies with the war bow of Kaba, 2 regiments of scavengers, 2 hordes of enslaved guardian archers, one with fire oil, the other with Jesse's boots, 2 bone giants, and then the complimentary 4 living legends that you should ever take in Empire Dust. Looking at you, Matt.
Yeah, this is I'll make a note. Well, we'll talk about it in a second, Tom, but I will make a shout out to that. But for Shannon, we have, I like this, Grup's Gulag Gang, now with less Grup. I don't know if that's supposed to be group or Grup, but because English is a funny language. But in any case, he's got a regiment of rabble. Oh, he's got custom names for everything. Okay, I'm gonna have a field day here. He's got a regiment of rabble, the Expendables. He's got a horde, Kuzlo's Crushers. He's got a horde, Magwa's Maulers. I assume these definitions are like what the actual units are on the table. The second horde has the Warbow of Kaba. I'm sure that was the 5 point. I need to throw 5 points somewhere. 2 legions of Fleabag Chariots. 1 with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. 1 with the Potion of the Caterpillar, like you do. 3 Wingets, which just...
Wait, I want to hear you pronounce those names, especially the second legion's name.
Oh, okay, sorry, hold on. The Brute Squad for the Fleabag Chariots. The Mother... Oh, fuck you, Pat.
Mother Sathas.
It's a silent, Sathas or Thas. I feel like that should be a German S set, so it's like Thas. But in any case, maybe it's supposed to be South. But yeah, I'm going with that last one. I like that last one best. All right, let's see here. 3 Wingets built into the list, like you do. 1 Crazy Carl, 1 the Red Baron, and 1 the Blue Meanie. These are all excellent Winget names. 2 Bangets, 1's the Master Blaster, and the other is 3 Finger Fritz, with an Inspiring Talisman and Piercing Arrow, respectively. He has 2 Kings on Chariots, 1 with the Blade of Slashing, 1 with the Mace of Crushing. El Gapo and Kevin. I want to see who Kevin is. And then Magua and Jews, not a proxy. Okay. Magwans, he's got Magwa's Pretties, they're red spiders, and he's got Kuzlo and Madfall. He's got all the characters, also not a proxy. Oh, and okay, and to round it up, he's also got some allies. He's got some Forces of Nature, Naiad Heartpiercers, Spidercorn's Guard, and a Unicorn, like you do, like pretty much every one of these Force of Nature allied attachments is going to be. The Spidercorn, duh. Excellent. With Lightning Bolt 5, as you do. Though not flying.
I really like this Goblin list. It's still shooty, but it manages to do it without a single war engine. It's not 3 Wingets, of course, but it's bunch of little units, and it definitely, I feel like if I was coming across it, I honestly wouldn't know what to focus on at first glance. It's an interesting list that isn't standard.
And I got to learn all these goblin characters real quick. Nimble, vicious, melee, wild charge D3 with 12 attacks. Oh, but it's because it's a unique
It's a
regiment.
unit.
I see. Gotcha.
It
And
gets
then-
defense 4, I think, and headstrong.
Yeah, defense
Yeah,
4.
it's defense 4 instead of 3.
No headstrong.
No headstrong. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's defense 4 and it's regular is what it gets over normal zombies.
It is definitely a different goblin list from what I'm used to seeing, which is the shoot you to death goblins. I mean, it still has 3 wingets. It still has 2 chariot legions, which put out a decent number of shots. It still has 2 bangets and 2 kings on chariots, and the kings on chariots do shoot with 4-up shooting, so they're not shabby at that. It's actually what I do like those chariot characters. Shocker. And then he has a decent amount of lightning bolts to back it up as well. So there's not a too shabby amount of shooting, and then the heart piercers. What's interesting is it doesn't have the huge line of rabble that I'm used to seeing. It has chariots, and the chariots could, in theory, actually punch something.
And you know, Shannon loves his chariots. I mean, he has those big Ragnaroks, right, that he uses for his chariots. And I know he had moved away from those in the first part of third. I know he talked often about how he loves goblins, but could not build his sort of style of list with goblins until some of those changes were made. And we all know that Adam gets to play goblins all the time, right, against Travis. And if you're to ask Adam, hey, Adam, what do you not want to play in first round? And he probably would have told you, I don't want to play goblins. So here you go. Here's a present for you.
The answer is actually, I don't want to play Travis's goblins.
Yeah.
I
still
the
think-
goblins, I feel like Adam matches up well against, because a lot of the shooting, a good amount of shooting that's longer range doesn't have any piercing, and it's actually mostly short range shooting, and a lot of it without piercing, and that allows Adam's heal and drain life to really come into play here.
Yeah, I mean, we have, what is it? We've effectively got, and this was definitely not intentional. It was mostly I was trying to reach out to out-of-region players. That's why we've got Jeremy and Adam and Devlin, respectively, are all from different regions in the South. Pat's here representing the Rules Committee, among other things. Coincidentally, Adam and Devlin also are both EOD fellows. So I feel like outside of Adam talking his own list up, I feel like it's up to me and Devlin to talk up EOD here. Shannon is a good player. I've played Shannon. He is actually really tactically minded. He has a good sense of the numbers, and he's really good at spacing and timing charges, all of which are great. Except he's not running that this time. He's running his goblins. The goblins are definitely more shooting. As Pat said, they're longer range shooting, and it's mostly the long range stuff is plink, or what I would call plink. There's a couple lightning bolts in there, but the 24-inch shooting is pretty limited, and the chariots are actually only range 18. I always forget that now. So that's
I think the lightning bolt is the only 18 thing above 18 inches. Everything else is 12 to
Yeah.
18.
It could be a really rough scenario if it's one where the enslaved guardians don't have to walk forward that much, because that 36-inch range is just going to start picking up. I mean, if the wingets get exposed, those could actually get picked up in one shot.
Just correct you. They only have 30-inch range now, not 36.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Only 30-inch range.
30
Only,
inches plus whatever surge you get.
yeah. Plus, you could push them.
That's true.
Yeah. But they
I would
are
say
no
props to you for
slouch.
taking the Guardian Archers. I feel like I haven't seen them too much in Empire Plus in third edition.
Oh, they're
Um,
fantastic.
Yeah, they're a great unit,
Uh,
and
I have some.
yeah, some as well.
I was gonna say, Devin taught me a harsh lesson with those because it reminded me it's always one thing to write a list out on paper, and like I'm usually very good at being like, oh, this does this much damage and this should do this, and then suddenly you have Guardian Archers dipping out 7 wounds on your units. You're just like, oh crap, that wasn't supposed to happen, and you're like, oh wait, each of those will do that every turn to a unit, and it's gonna start hurting. 7's a little bit of exaggeration. Should be about 5 apiece, but even well, these
5
ones
apiece
also
from
have fire oil.
30 inches away is pretty impressive, though.
Yeah, 10 wounds to defense 5 units is a lot. That picks up units, and it picks them up fast.
Yeah, I've got to think that the Guardian Archers are going to say, hey, Chariots, one of you is not allowed to exist on turn 1, and the other one's not allowed to exist on turn 2. So it'll be kind of interesting to see Shannon try to maneuver his list, because one of them's not going to make it to lines, and unless like terrain's really hindering in the instance, the other one is probably going to be on some wounds when it does hit. And at that point, once you get into the EO, it just loves to slap you.
Yeah.
I'd give add 1 turn to each of those. I think he kills the Chariot Legion turns 2 and 3. All things considered, these Chariot Legions do have terrain modifications, so they will be in cover turn 1.
I don't know that you shoot the chariots. I don't think they do anything to this list.
Yeah, I think that the biggest problem is when those chariots do get to the lines, they're not doing much anyway.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
like,
looking at
no.
10 hits, 8 wounds, 8 to 9 wounds for defense 4, and less for defense 5.
Yeah, and that's the melee. The shooting is just kind of. I mean, it's plank shooting. I want chariots to work, as I'm sure is well known, but they're getting there. But I think the 10 shots on those chariots, Adam just will ignore that and just heal it, and then, which isn't to say that there isn't shooting coming from the goblins. Like obviously, Shannon's goal here is he's got to weaken up Adam's list enough, and then he gets in there and shoots it. So to play, how do you beat the EOD list with this list? I mean, you got to find the weak spots, which is difficult when a lot of it's defense 5 and high fearless nerve. Because it's either gonna be there and then get healed, or you manage to actually pick it up. There is enough defense 4 in this list that I think some of that bleak shooting won't get completely wasted. So like you shoot the archers at like the skeletons or the scavengers, depending on what's available. Maybe heck, even the enslaved guardian archers, you can reach all that far. But like you try to shoot those with your plinkies, and then you do not shoot things like bone giants or mummies ever, or Shobek ever, unless Adam just literally dumps Shobek right in the middle of your list and says try. Yeah, I
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah. I mean, you throw Shobek into all this, and this is why he's just so good. I mean, he was good in second. He's better now, but that Iron Resolve aura, when you're dealing with a fearless army, is just it's money. You get so many wounds back against plink shooting like this because you cannot spread shots. You spread shots against Shobek, it's just free wounds for the whole list everywhere. And then he's healing stuff in the turns that he's not punching you in the face, so like he's still got that going for him. It's definitely a rough list for Shannon to fight against.
You know, it's really the combination of all those things, right? Like it's
Right.
one thing if they have defense 5, which Shannon I think would want to see a mix. It's
Sure.
one thing if you have that and heal, don't want to see that. And then it's another thing when you have that heal plus Iron Resolve plus regen. You know, you have all this way to deal with those small
Plus the snare.
wounds. Yeah, it becomes to where it is a challenge to deal with.
Yeah,
Don't forget Life Leech.
yeah. Plus life leech. Yeah, I've always talked about it's the 3-point swing where you have with Iron Resolve, life leech, and this is where I'll fight Adam on the third and the third character should be Pappy, because then you get Cloak of Death, and it's a 3-point swing without ever rolling a dice. But I'll lose that argument for good reason. But
I mean, Shannon's a great player, former Paragon,
Oh, yeah.
The Road Warrior. I know people have commented in the chat where we talk about dice, or under the umbrella is that every one of these players is amazing. I mean, that's how you get to Masters, right? So
Yes.
some of these, we got to pick someone, and we try to, everyone minus Devlin, but no, I'm just kidding.
True.
I mean, usually these games are resolved around these small little, hairs.
Yeah.
But I think that what Adam was talking about, probably if you do want to play of the goblin lists that are there, this is probably the one that you want to play against.
Yeah, it is definitely not any knock to Shannon. Like, I want to be clear. I think in terms of like, I don't know how Shannon's been doing with the pandemic. I think that's another question we could ask most of the players out there right now. But Shannon is definitely a good player, and I definitely think that in terms of the skill, it's not going to be a massive skill gap that determines this one, which it shouldn't be at Masters, but theoretically there may still be matchups like that. I think this is just straight up Adam's list may look disjointed, which I hope no one thinks that that's the case. If you really look at it for 2 seconds, you can see very quickly how scary the amount of heal comes in. But it's I mean, this took first battle at Lone Wolf and second at Dojo. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he's been playing it all third. He's been playing it on UB all third. At a lot of the online tournaments that he's been playing his list. So I think you got to say something to that Adam's a smart player, and you wouldn't be playing something for the whole edition if you didn't think it was good, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, he has the reps with it. And I know Shannon's been playing on UB too, but not so much with goblins, I wouldn't say. So, I think the question that you bring up, Matt, is a really interesting one, which is that whole, we could say that about almost every matchup, right? I wonder if this person's been playing. I mean, we just don't know. And we don't know if the answer is yes or no. What story is that going to tell when the games happen?
Yeah, for the most part, I'm going to play under the assumption that everyone is played at least, let's say, 5 practice games before, and then there are going to be some people who I know have at least some tournament results to show that I can be like, okay, so like this person doing hot right now. Yeah, now that we're done giving Adam his congratulations, let's actually do the rankings. Adam, how do you think you're going to do?
Well, I will say that this list actually was originated in second edition. I had the models and everything going from the late second edition. It never got put together until third edition actually dropped. So it changed slightly, but this is honestly the what I would say is the fluffy army that I was taking instead of just always playing my elf army, because guys in my region and around me just did not want to play against my elves anymore. Kind of similar to how we don't let Travis play his goblin army until it's Masters time. So it was actually a tough choice for me to decide if I was actually going to play Empire Dust or if I was going to play my elves for Masters. I landed on Empire Dust just because I have been doing fairly well recently with them. I think it's going to be a good game. I'll just say that I've never beaten Shannon's Goblins, but he's never beaten my Empire Dust, and we've played several times. So,
Cool, Mr. Pat.
I think I got to give to Adam. Y'all are both great players, and so when I bring it down to list on list, and I think this Empire Dust will have this goblin list pretty handily.
All right, Mr. Jeremy.
I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be close. I think that I am gonna give it to Adam, but I think it's gonna be a close game. You just never know with 5+ shooting, like the enslaved guardian archers, like you said, they can just go off or they can do nothing. But I know that Adam won't put all his plan into them. I know that, but there's just something to be said on like that unit. But I've seen mummies just sit there for the whole game, no matter what you do, and it's just like so frustrating. So I'm gonna go with Adam, but I think this is going to be a really close game.
I agree with the audience so far. I think Adam's got the better shot at things, just list on list. I think there's certain scenarios like looter control where Adam's got to spread out that might give him a little bit of fits because I think just the drops that Shannon has can kind of get himself around a little bit easier. And so if you can't really focus one area, it might be problematic in that regard. But I think at the end of the day that Adam's shooting will do something. I don't think that over time Shannon's will have the results he wants in most matchups, and that'll ultimately be the difference at the end of the day. So go EOD.
Oh, EOD indeed. Yeah, it is hard for me to not throw behind a well balanced and well rounded EOD list in my mind, and probably what I would call is the defining, like, this is what should be the archetype of EOD. It's a little bit of everything. It shoots you, it grinds you, it has some sneaky speed where it wants to with surge shenanigans and some speed 7 monsters, of which it has 3. Like it's got a lot of tools. It's a very good cookie cutter. Well, I don't want to say cookie cutter because that implies that you just pointed at stuff and took a list. Like, this is well crafted. This is a very well rounded EOD list, and I think that against this goblin list, which is also well rounded for the record, but just doesn't have quite the right tools to deal with the grind and the shooting. Is really what I think it's going to come down to. I think the shooting won't overcome just the sheer amount of recovery that EOD can put out. So yeah, alrighty. I'm going to briefly insert that because Tom brought it up before we did this matchup. So what I plan to do for the round 1 and the table 1 and table 2 live streams is at the end of tomorrow's cast. We will all be talking about kind of like our favorite list, our dark horses, and other things. In addition to that, I'm going to ask both the people on the cast and then also put a poll up on Fanatics, most likely, asking what tables y'all are most interested in seeing. I'm going to try to put up tables that are not absolutely landslide games. So we're going to try to find a group of ideally some close matchups, of which I know there are plenty coming up. So keep an eye out for that. Definitely vote for who you want to see on those tables so I can stream those games for y'all. All right. And then moving on to table 7. We've got John Blakemore versus Mike Grant. Right. Pat and Jeremy, you want to read for us?
Okay, I can read Mike's list. I guess.
Yes,
Do you want to read Mike's list, Pat?
Either way.
Okay, I got it open, so I'll go ahead and go. So Mike Grant is playing Undead, and he's called this the Spy Masters 3 Wishes. So that's a fun little name, I guess. So he's got 2 zombie regiments, 3 Wraith troops, a regiment of Soul Reaver infantry with Chalice of Wrath, a regiment of Soul Reaver infantry with Stangstone, 2 Revenant Cav troops, Whites with Strider from Sir Jesse's Boots, 2 hordes, a Revenant King mounted on an undead horse. It's got a little Surge, another Revenant King mounted with Surge as well, a Necromancer with Inspiring Talisman and Baneshant, and then a Cursed Pharaoh with Wings of the Honey Maze.
Right,
over to
and then John's list. He's playing dwarves. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regiments of Iron Guard. He's got a horde of bulwarkers with never met force. 3 troops of sharpshooters. 3 cannons, steel behemoth with Gaulick's gun. He's got a warsmith with the sacred horn, and 2 flame priests, one of inspiring talisman, bane chant, and additional fireball, and the other one with warbow, kava, bane chant, and additional fireball. Top that's 16 drops and 23 unit strength compared to Mike's 15 drops and 21 unit strength.
This is truly all infantry dwarves. All speed 4. No exceptions.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
One of the Iron Guard that's improved strength.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, no throwing mastis. I thought it was very interesting for an all infantry dwarves.
Yeah. I thought it was also interesting that he chose to put the hammer of measured force on the bulwarkers when he has 2 bane chants in the army.
So I'm assuming he's planning on that bulwarkers being a flank that he doesn't support very much.
Possibly.
Does anyone know which region John's from? Is he a
He's southeast.
southeast? Gotcha. It would explain the shooting.
Har har.
I still think what Adam says, even where that kind of puts you into having to deploy it that way. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of hammer of measured force, but especially when you have 2 bane chants, it's a pretty big opportunity cost of like losing the reason to bane chant that unit. Or if you do want to deploy it a certain way, you're sort of locking yourself into deploying it that way. But
Right.
I mean, we all know this is a great undead list. You know, Tom has been playing undead for a while. Mike has been playing undead for a while. So obviously he's done the research, the homework. I can just imagine, like, Mike is a voracious Facebook Messenger texter. So if you've ever Facebook message text with Mike, I can imagine the 35 thread he sent to Tom being like, "Hey man, I think I'm gonna play your army. I think I'm gonna play it this way. I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna. What do you think? What do you think?" And then 37 pages later, Tom's like, "Okay."
Gonna leave this comment up on the stream for just a hot minute, real quick.
Yeah,
Make
I
sure
agree,
that
Tom.
everyone sees that, because it was Jeremy misspeaking Tom's name. There was the best thing I'm going to hear tonight, probably. These two, for anyone who does not know yet, these 2 lists are literally identical. It's the same list.
But nothing to take away from Mike. I mean, he's a solid player.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how he pilots this list.
Wait, Tom's is literally identical because that's actually
They are
that's happened in
the
history.
same.
It's-
They are
it's the same.
carbon copies.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting to see who does better then, and it'll be
I think-
hilarious if they end up
Oh,
matched
yeah.
up against each other.
absolutely. I think Tom was spying a little bit too well and ended up copying Mike's list. So
It's like Inception. Mike went into Tom's brain and put the list in there so that Tom
Exactly.
would develop it first. So if he wins, everyone is mad at Tom for stupid Soul River infantry broken nonsense. So maybe.
I mean, it's an interesting matchup because, like, the undead list is just a great list. You have 4 hammers that can delete almost anything that's not like a giant horde or something in one go. You got 3 Mr. Fix-Its in the Revenant Kings and the First Pharaoh. The Revenant Kings do double duty and provide the threat of surge. You have 5 very thick chaff. They're not the speediest thick chaffs, but they still have a good threat range. And then you got 2 zombies units to add unit strength and just be annoying. And those zombie units, they won't die in one go to anything but a hammer. Dash 15 nerve is deceptively high. They'll die in 2 turns to most things, but not in 1. On the other hand, though, like, that is a lot of elite high piercing shots coming in against all that. So a lot of the game, I think, is going to be protecting his shooters and getting high quality shots, which might be a hard combo because those sharpshooters the sharpshooters very much care about having open lanes of fire, and then they're a lot more susceptible to being charged by Revenant King. And if he also wants to keep them elite, it means he's got to punch him up, which will make it easier to defend, but also easier to force cover. Those Iron Guard, there's a lot of them, but they don't do much damage back is the biggest issue. Like they're only going to do, what is it? Like 2 to 3 damage back to defense 5, and 2 to 3 damage is going to be wiped out by life leech pretty easily.
Yeah.
John does have a couple of Bane Chants, and he does have quite a few of them. So I think he's trying to play for flanks and counter punches in that way. If an Iron Guard does get a flank and gets Bane Chanted, it can definitely put some hurt on a defense 5-17 nerve unit. So
yeah,
but
yeah. So ideally he'll be able to get a front and a flank, and that'll pretty much guarantee the kill.
Yeah.
Without that though, he's probably not going to be able to outgrind the undead.
Yeah. I think that the main issue is that Tom's going to get the first wave in, and really I don't see anything like that's going to actually do range damage to these Soul Reavers. The sharpshooters just aren't going to have clear line to the Soul Reavers, and even if they do, with the waiver mitigations and whatnot, plus the support backing it up, I think that I just don't think there's going to be enough shots that get a clear lane to the main threat, which is the Soul Reavers. And I don't think Soul Reavers just get to pick up whatever they want throughout most of the game, and their Life Leech 2 is just going to keep them in it.
Yeah, I just don't see John, like you said, he doesn't have enough tools to deal with the 2 RevCav troops, plus all the wraiths, plus all the stuff that, the pieces that Mike would be happy to give up just because he knows he's going to kill things. I mean, with Soul Reavers and Whites are just going to pick up those regiments, Yeah,
I think the issue here is that Iron Guard theoretically in a fight just won't win the grind with or without Bane Chant. I just don't think they do it. I will say this: Tom doesn't have any heal, which
Mike
talked to. Sorry, yes, Mike doesn't have any heal. But
Tom
these two are
doesn't
identical,
refer
so
to
I'm
that.
just going to start calling him Tom 1 and Tom 2, or Mike 1 and
I
Mike
did it
2.
as
I
a
don't know
joke.
who
The
copied
fact that you guys
whose
are
list
doing
here.
Makes me so happy.
But yeah, no. So this undead list has no heal. The Flying Pharaoh will come in pretty clutch against this dwarf list because you've got all the sharpshooters and you're just gonna punch those to death pretty quickly. They're actually a unit that a Flying Pharaoh can potentially pick up in one charge, with a bit of luck. I think it's a better chance than cannons almost. Well, the sharpshooters are defense 5. Defense 5, they're so good.
Yeah, sharpshooters aren't an easy pickup, especially if the warp smiths around, inspiring them and giving them the elite. So
yeah,
it'll be a 2-turn grind.
Yeah. In that case, yeah, you go punch characters and cannons and whatnot, or hold up some of these regiments on your own. The Flying Pharaoh is the Flying Pharaoh. He's got options.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, even if John gets all of his glory turn for turn 1 and 2 and is able to shoot off all the chaff, you're not fast enough to get where you need to set up for the rest of the game because you're all speed 4. So then you're like, okay, I killed all the chaff, I killed all the wraiths, I killed all the RevCav, I killed all the zombies. I still have 2 regiments of Soul Reaver infantry that are going to shred 1 unit a turn, and 2 hordes of Whites that are going to shred 1 unit a turn, especially if they can get flanks, which they can with the surge that's in the list. So
yeah,
it's not looking good for the Southeast boy.
And I'll say this: the Revenant Kings aren't slouches. Like, you doesn't have to. The thing about non-mighty individuals that are defense 5 is that you don't even have to necessarily stick that wound you can just position them in places to where you can't fit charges anymore, and suddenly they achieve the same objective as if they had just done the wound anyway.
And yeah, defense 5-14, they're another trooper rev cat.
They're just a trooper rev cat.
Just comparing the two dwarf lists in the matchups, the last one where Stephen DeRose was playing that had all the throwing dogs, which I don't think are going to get a good amount of value. This is the list that I wish had the throwing dogs, and the matchups that I think that the throwing dogs would be pretty valuable, because that range outside of your 8-inch charge and up to 16 where you can move and throw them, that's where Tom/Mike is going to try and get into that range to threaten the charges. So your Iron Guard would actually have something to do and contribute in those turns.
I'm going to throw this comment up there too, because everyone needs to enjoy the amount of hilarity that this double list. I don't think we've ever had a straight up copy paste list in Masters before. The closest we had was George doing a spin on Brad's chariots, but
if Mark Cox is watching, if he doesn't put away from the thumb to make these guys match up if they're within a point of each other, I feel like he's failed as a TO.
Someone got to put some money under the table.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great love story. I was trying to think of like what would be their celebrity couple name. So I think Mike Toe are going to have a great time until they have to fight each other, and then we're going to have a breakup, and it's like who's going to get the house and all this stuff. So, but it should be pretty fun.
See, I was debating whether it was Tyke or Mom, which name we were shipping together. So,
well, or Toma. Yeah, you're being that's a little bit more creative. I just thought
we could go slightly Japan flavor and go like Mikito.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yep. I like that one.
Alrighty.
Mom Granis. I like that.
Let's break it down. Who do we think is taking this one?
Undead. Whoever plays it, Undead. Do you think that they'll just like switch tables halfway through the game too and see if people notice?
Like just throughout the tournament, just all right on turn 2 we're switching.
Yep.
And when they're playing each other, they should switch on turn 3 or roll off to see which side they play.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, Mike's a pretty good painter, so come time for Paint Judge, we might see Tom like swap the name tags and switch them.
There you go.
But I go Undead too.
Yeah.
I don't want to vote against the Southeast, but Undead should have this.
I'm going to give the Southeast a little bit of credit here. The one downside of this Undead list, and I don't know about Mike, but Tom and I talked about this, was that the choice was between a Pharaoh and a Cursed High Priest, and I don't know, without the Cursed High Priest, you have no heal until you're in combat. Once you're in combat, you're good. Life Leech 2 will keep Soul Reavers going. Yeah. The Cursed High Pharaoh, there was a couple bit of others swapping around, but I think the Cursed High Priest was the big difference. And that would have brought in a lot of heal, which would have countermined any of the shooting that actually did manage to get through. So if the shots, there is a lot of shooting. Like there's 3 cannons, 3 sharpshooters with elite, and an steel behemoth. All that does put out a pretty decent amount of shots, and there's some fireball. It's gonna have a rough time with the defense 6, but defense 5 without heal can get crumpled, especially with a lot of piercing 2 shots coming in. So if he gets a couple good shots turn 1, I do think this dwarf list could crack it. But once the grind starts, that Undead list is just gonna shred it. So it's I think it gets decided by turn 3. If the dwarves have picked up just enough stuff that they can survive, then it works. But if not, then I give it to Mike all the way. So I'll call it, I almost say 50-50, but I give it to the dwarves by the smallest edge, just without the heal to recoup.
I give it to the Undead because what's better than healing wounds is preventing them in the first place, and that's what the Pharaoh does.
That is true.
Whether you have a Lich King or a Pharaoh, you're going to get 1 turn of shots, and the Pharaoh prevents the second turn. while the Lich King just tries to mitigate
What's already happened. That's fair. I won't rant against my bias of casters on stream. I'll save that for the actual day. But in any case, moving on to round number 8. Okay, gotcha.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
Yep. Congratulations, everybody. Trying to keep us on a reasonable schedule to get done by around hopefully 11's the goal.
Only 2 hours in, boys.
Yep. We'll pick up the pace a little bit, but let's see here. So speed 8, 2. We've got Drew, Gaddy, yes, versus Tony
Yes.
Rogers.
So to make reparations against bad mouthing John, I will take the other Southern Dwarf player. So Gaddy's one of our boys from the Southeast. He's running dwarves. He starts it off with 3 regiments of Rangers. One of them has the Stang Stone. He has a troop of Brock Riders and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regiments of Brock Riders. He's thrown out the Potion of the Caterpillar, Brew of Strength, Brew of Sharpness, Jesse's Boots of Shriding, and finally a Naked Last unit. And he's got 2 Dwarf Lords on Large Beasts, who were both naked, and then the obligatory Berserker Lord mounted on a Brock, but he doesn't have the Blade of Beast Slayer. It is only 12 units, but it is 27 unit strength. And it does one thing, and it does it pretty well.
Does it Brock well?
It's going to Brock you like a hurricane.
I want a Brock.
See,
Down, chicken now.
oh my gosh. Okay. Abyssal Dwarves, so it's a grudge match. We get Abyssal Dwarves versus Dwarves. We got Black Souls, a regiment with the Stang Stone. We got 2 regiments of Immortal Guard. We've got some Abyssal Half-Breeds, also in a regiment with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. Lesser Obsidian Golems, 2 Hordes, 1 with Blessing of the Gods with a Charnox, 1 with the Pipes of Terror for Brutal, some Grotesques with the Brew of Sharpness, 2 Heavy Mortars, not 3, but 2, Slave Driver with the Loot of Insatiable Darkness, Infernox, the Hexcaster with Weakness, and the Conjurer's Staff, so for making sure we're getting things weakened, the Abyssal Half-Breed Champion with the Blade of Slashing, and Dravik Dalkin. All coming out to 14 drops, 22 unit strength. This is an interesting match.
I'm surprised to see Dravik without his
Burnick
big buddy.
Yeah.
Infernox is in list. No, wait, that's
No.
Infernox, not Infernox.
Exactly. Yeah.
The English language,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the Infernox is cool, but I'd almost want to find the points with all these magic items to shell out for the bigger cousin there.
Yeah.
I love the narrative of Drew's army, that he has this like group of rangers that have been caught off, and they're like they've been discovered, and then you hear coming over the hill the thundering of like all the Brock Riders that exist in the world.
Little
Drew-
pedal patterns of footprints as they carry little diminutive
Uh-huh.
figures over the horizon. They've got to
Mhm.
come within like 50 feet before you finally see them.
A
Seriously.
true Helm's Deep ending.
Yeah, the Brock Lord is like riding, like smashing their swords with his sword, going, not this day.
It is a tremendous amount of Brocks. I love it. For theme alone, this list gets some massive points. Stick to, if you're gonna take that if you're gonna take a swing list, this is how you do it. Or a skew list. There we go. Skew list. This is how you do it.
Yeah, this list also used to what they used to be -22. It was gross
Yes.
then. Yeah,
Holy gosh, yes.
it's a little bit cheaper now. It allows them a few more toys, but yeah, it was gross back in the day too.
I mean, -18, defense 4 is plenty of nerve, let me tell you. As long as you're not running into Soul Reavers, most things aren't pecking that up unless they're specifically hammers themselves.
Yeah, I bet the
Even then-
Abyssal Dwarf player wishes he took a couple hordes of Decimators here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just fried Brock.
Nothing better than the smell of fried badger in the morning.
And you know, people joke about dice, right? I played Tony, I don't know, so many times. His mortars just don't hit. I mean, it's like they don't hit to the extent that you just really like you feel bad. So maybe this will change for him this tournament.
So two things just happened here, or one of two things just happened here. Jeremy actually gave away the one advantage that Tony had about taking mortars, which is the if they don't hit, which is the mental fear of them. So people are hiding. Or Jeremy's setting up his West ally to be like, oh, he doesn't hit. Let me just deploy right in front of him and not care.
Just a little alley-oop
And
for the
then
dunk.
this time they do.
And then he just dunks it.
I bet Tony's okay with the nerf for the heavy mortars going down to piercing 2 against this army. Except for against the dwarf on large beasts. But he's like, they still wound on 2s with vicious.
Yeah, this
So-
is a rough matchup.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the problem's going to be that the Brocks are so much faster that they're just going to hem the Abyssal Dwarves in a corner. That even if the Abyssal Dwarves start punching out of it, which they can because, with your golems,
Abyssal Dwarves.
yeah, they're Crush 2 vicious. I mean, what hits will wound. I think at the end of the day, it'll just kind of be a space matchup. And the normal dwarves will have enough spacing and objective control to where I don't think Tony's can really fight out of it. Tony's got a lot of the tools to deal with the army. If this was going 16 rounds, I think Tony eventually comes out on top. But this isn't going to go 16 rounds. It's only going to go 6 or 7. So I think with that in mind, I'm going for the Southeast in my mind here.
I mean, I imagine Tony will try to be compact, and that's one thing you got to be careful
Yep.
for, right? When you're dictating to charges with that many regiments of Brock Riders, that you're going to need to get some double charging. So depending on how the frontages hands out, I could see getting both these guys getting clogged up a little bit, but he's going to have to do some damage. I mean, Tony does have some good counterpunch, right? I mean, the grotesques
Yes.
hit pretty hard. I mean, the half breeds are, glass cannon, but if he can get them in, so he has some counterpunch.
You say
Most of
glass
Tony's
cannon.
list is not going to be taking one shot at one-on-one versus even like the brute strength or brute sharpness rocks.
Yeah. I was about to say the issue here is I only see one unit with Crush 2 in the entire list.
Yeah, and that's if Tony can control the charges and make it so that anybody who does come in gets traded.
Yeah.
He needs to keep his units on one-on-one matchups and make it so that when he does get charged, he can pick up whatever unit charged him. Which
Yeah.
he does have a decent amount of tools for that. The Infernox is really good at doing that. The Hexcaster, weakness is not going to be fun for all those rocks. The half-breed champ he probably doesn't want to go fight the brute strength guys unless he has weakness support, but he will, like, being able to strip one of the Thunderous from one of the other rock riders would be great. And then just grinding out for a couple turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I as someone who I don't want to say I ran to like the chariots were similar but not the exact same as the stores, but like a lot of the similar attributes, right? Like defense 4, fearless across the board, speed 8, like that's the style that I used to play. What I can say is this looks a lot with how I started my chariots with how I ended my chariots, which was the start of the chariots was I just threw a million of them on the table and said, screw it, let's just have fun, and it's a meme list and we'll do it. And that's what I see with these Brocks. There's so many of them, and that's cool. It looks awesome. But then you start actually looking at the problems it's going to run into. You don't have any crushing. The volume of attacks is really good, but they still hit on 4s. Most of them are going to not like trees. Like you only have 2 that really can't deal with trees. There's still only defense 4. There's no heal in the list. Like, wounds are going to stick. He can't grind for very long. Once he loses the Thunderous on most of these, they don't even have Crushing to follow that. So he's winning on 6s against so much of the stuff in this list. He just doesn't have any. If he gets stuck, this list is just gonna evaporate. Like how I see this going is he's either gonna hit. This is. I don't want to get the players wrong here. He's gonna hit Richard's list just like a freight train, and if he cracks enough of it, then like maybe he finishes it up with like his second turn of charging. But like if he bounces more than like 2 charges there, I think this list just dies. I think the Obsidian Golems are just going to sit there and just laugh as he gets hit by a million hits, and then you watch as that gets turned into 1/6 of the hits are actually going to wound something. And he's got heal backing them up too, so it's not like he's completely caught out there. It's going to be rough if he doesn't pick up enough stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the math, and hypothetically 2 regiments of Brox without items on them, if they aren't hindered going into a single Obsidian Golem horde, that's going to be 26 hits, but then only Thunder 1. There's no Bane Chant in the list. So you're looking at 8 wounds, 8, 9 wounds. That doesn't pick up a Golem unit on averages.
Yep, and then it only goes worse from there.
Right, and that's that's a 2-on-1. So you double charge the Grotesque. That's a different story. You can probably pick up the Grotesque, but those golems are going to be what wins the game for Tony, I think. And Drew needs to get lucky with a couple of big nerve rolls, I think, to have a chance on this one. So.
I don't think it's impossible by any means. I just definitely think that it's not. What I ended up having to do to make this style list work was I had to find some crushing. I had to get something in there that could actually punch the thick units or the volume of attacks to deal with hordes. Now this unit has volumes. That's the nice thing about all this. He's got volume for days. He will eat those goblin rabble like nobody's business, and he'll do it quickly. And he has the nerve to even survive the counter shooting to a degree.
I don't think there's enough shooting in the Bisseldorf army, really, but
sure
to make a difference.
I just think Drew's going to get stuck somewhere, and then Tony's going to punch him in the face. And by that time, he'll just you lose 1 or 2 of these regiments of Brox, and then you don't have, you know what I mean? Then the snowball gets rolling, and then he doesn't have any tools to deal with the Obsidian Golems. So
yeah.
I will go with Tony.
Sure. I think regardless of how it goes, I think this game, if I came over to this table and looked at it on turn 2 or 3, I could be like, cool, I now know who's going to win. I think it will be decided quick. I don't think this will end up being cagey. I think it's going to be just hit. Either the dwarves are going to start a rock slide and then just follow it downhill the rest of the way, or the abyssal dwarves are going to get hit, laugh as they get tickled, and then just fucking bitch slap the dwarf list, and it's gonna hurt. But we'll see. Fingers crossed for this meme list. I love it. I love this mini Brox. I give it to Gaddy just on theme.
Yeah, I will say Gaddy's patient with the way he plays, and he's not just going to throw in charges just to throw in charges. Yeah. So especially if he gets in a positional advantage, he's going to basically kind of lure Tony out to make a mistake. And I've played games against both of them, and I know that sometimes if the dice get down, Tony can get in his own head a little bit. So I think there can be a point where desperation comes into play and some Hail Marys come and fall short. But I'm sticking with the Southeast on this one. I think Drew's got it.
I'm going to go with Drew as well.
That is definitely something that's about Tony. Is if he does get dice go against him, he gets really frustrated, and it's not frustrated like he's frustrated his opponent. He just gets frustrated, but
Gets in his own head.
it gets in his own head. It's not like he's a great person to play against. I love Tony, but if he misses a couple times, I mean, he's like an old school guy. Some of the cranky get off my lawn, sort of rises up and can be an issue, but great guy.
So was that real quick? Go down the line for me. So Adam, you picked
Drew.
Drew, Pat.
Reminding myself of the player names. I picked Abyssal Dwarves. Tony.
Gotcha. That was Tony. Okay, so one for Drew, one for Tony. Jeremy,
I'm gonna go with Tony.
you went for Tony. Okay, and Devlin.
Drew, Southeast represent.
Gotcha. Yeah, man, this is on the hair. Like I said, I gave it to Drew on the theme alone, but this is definitely either player's game to take. This is probably the closest one in terms of like style for me. I would love to watch this one. All right, well, moving on to 9. Okay, we have Blake Robertson versus Chris Murphy. Can I get, I believe,
Am I up?
I
forget.
believe it's you and Pat, I think, if
All right.
I'm keeping track.
I'll take Blake's list because that's the first one.
Seems good. We've got some Night Stalkers and Basilians. Or Basilians.
So Blake's playing Night Stalkers, titled Shakira and Friends. He's got 2 hordes of scarecrows, 2 troops of phantoms, 2 hordes of butchers, one with sharpness, the other with caterpillar, 2 mind screeches. He missed out. Only 1 planar apparition, and he took icy breath on it. 2 regiments of soul flares, 1 with Jesse's boots, 1 Shadow Hulk, 1 Dread Fiend, and the Wailing Shadow. With, what is that? A total of 14 units, 23 unit strength.
All right. Chris is playing Basilians. He's got a Loki Horde with Brew of Strength, 2 Gore Panther troops, High Paladin on Dragon with Brew of Haste and Aegis Fragment, Ogre Palace Guard Horde with Chalice of Wrath or Fury. He's got 3 regiments of Paladin Foot Guard, 1 with Paladin Defenders. All 3, or the Defenders have the Aegis Fragment and have kept their shields. The other 2 regiments have exchanged shields for 2-hand weapons, which I really like that. He's got Naeus Salutis, Mother Phoenixes, Dragon of Heaven, and a Baneshant Caddy for 12 drops and 21 unit strength. So it's a very fast Basilian list, and he's going triple Living Legends. And Night Stalker Stealthy won't play into fact for much except for the Fireball, really. I think it's the only shooting he has. And the Mind Screeches are going to be attacked pretty early on because the slope of the 12 drops, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 out of 12 drops are speed 10 or higher. Or speed 9 or higher, rather. So this is very fast Basilian list with a pretty sturdy center and a foot guard.
Yeah, I like this Basilian list. Very solid, kind of your stereotypical, I guess, when you think about Basilians, what they can do and what they usually field. You don't see, I don't see Naeus a lot. I think he's a really good option for his points. Speed 9, nimble, 15, 17 with 7 attacks. He provides a lot for the army. especially when you run him alongside the other living legends that you can get. So, but Blake has a pretty solid Night Stalker list, a little bit of everything. So this is pretty close, I think, matchup wise.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the tricks. Like, on paper, the better army is clearly the Basilians, but why wouldn't they be? But if you look, it's the things under the covers of the Night Stalker list that you've got more than just the lightning bolts. Like Wind Blast will come into play on the Mind Screeches. Then you've got Icy Breath to keep you from actually getting in charge range, so pushing you out of charge range and making sure you can't charge it. Granted, it won't probably work as well in this list because of everything being such high speed 9 and 10, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came into play like against the Ogres if it gets down to it. And then you've got Shakira kind of pulling people around, using that enthrall, grabbing something in the combat. So if he tries to fly over, ultimately, he might get got and not realize it. So I'm gonna listen and see how I feel because I'm really up in the air on which list I think will win this one. I honestly don't know right now.
Do we know anything about the players? Because I'm not as familiar with Blake or Chris Murphy. Sounds familiar, but I can't place a face to the name.
Was Chris Murphy best sports last year?
Yeah, Chris Murphy is a Northeast guy, so one of the sort of greater unplugged dudes. Him and Keith Conroy are really, really tight. And Chris Murphy, this is going to be a great sports table. Blake is an awesome guy to play against. Blake is one of the new guys coming from the Reno area. Reno has had a big scene just sort of explode in the West region. So Blake is one of the 3 players on the West team from the Reno region. I know I played Blake a bunch with my Basileans, and then Nick Murray, who's another guy on our team, has Basileans. So I know that Blake has some experience playing against Basileans. But I like Chris's list. I really like I think the 3 Paladin regiments, one with Defender with the shields and the other with 2-handed weapons with the bearer of the icon with Bane Chant. I think that's kind of interesting. I'm curious to see, that gives you like a center that can't still hit hard. I mean, you get a regiment of elite foot guard into a flank with crushing 1, crushing 2. I mean, that's like another. Those could be hammers based on the situational gameplay. The Wonder Twins are always good. You know what I mean? Nias. I look at Nias not even almost for his combat ability. It's great, but basically he's a knight regiment. He has the same defense, nerve. He is basically like a regiment of knights. So he can nimble. You can just stick him in front of stuff. I think for your points per value, he's probably one of the best choices in the whole list. Actually, for what you get out of his points and just raw value.
And he can grind with the Crush 2 versus what the Knights normally can do.
You can throw him in, and with a little support, with Samarkris near him. I mean, I just love him because he can be a flank threat. He can be a combo charge. You charge him in with something else to do the little extra damage. Or if you're just worst case scenario, I need to block this horde. Like, I can't have those scarecrows come near this objective. Nias just goes in the front. Scarecrows aren't going to kill him. He's just going to sit there. He can still withdraw and nimble pivot charge around them. He's just a great choice.
I actually like this Night Stalker list quite a bit. There are some things with this, like this is what I typically see out of Basileia, is this just really fast, really alpha, hard hitting. I think it's probably one of the stronger Alpha Strike armies in the game right now, just because it typically has more speed 10 available than other armies do, and that speed 10 is also durable to back it up. So it's not like if it doesn't kill the thing that it's supposed to kill, that it can't grind it out afterwards, which is one of the reasons that the Basileia Alpha Strike tends to do a little better overall. But this Night Stalker list has a decent amount of shooting. Samarkris is good. She can heal 1 unit really reliably, which is kind of going to be necessary here. The Night Stalker list does not want to blink shoot this list. That is the worst mistake it could make. You got Iron Resolve and Radiance of Life. That's 2 wounds back a turn. That is the worst possible option. But if it focuses the shooting, there's still only the heal 5 and the Iron Resolve for the most part. These Paladin Footguard are still only defense 4, so you got a shot at picking those up potentially, or at least wavering them to cut out the Iron Resolve heal. The Gur Panthers are chaff, but if he's doing him right, I think he'll hide him behind the Ogre Palace Guard so he doesn't get shot until he needs to commit those out as chaff pieces. Because the Palace Guard and the Knights will just soak up wounds like nobody's business, because most of it's shorter range or limited to only a non-critical mass of Lightning Bolt from the look of it. The Wind Blast is definitely tricksy, and that gives a little bit more options here, being able to push out some charges. But if you're keeping the Panthers behind things, you can also stop him pushing you back, and you can't see the Panthers to push them back, so now your line's not moving anyway, and Wind Blast just kind of sits there, twiddles its thumb, and is like, oh, I guess I should Lightning Bolt this turn anyway.
Well, to kind of throw it out there, those Soul Flares have Wind Blast. They're height 4, and the Mind Screeches have the Wind Blast on height 5. So you can definitely see them behind it. But if you're close enough to hit the unit behind, Wind Blast is probably not the play.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I mean, there may be some key areas where you can try to push and pull. Like if you're setting up a double charge, you push one of the units out to prevent it and then bait just a single charge instead. But it's just a matter of playing patient with this Basilea list, which if he's an Alpha Strike player, that should be the first thing on the list of things I would tell Alpha Strike players is learn how to not charge on turn 2. Because if you do that, you're probably going to lose. Not always, but I mean, it's pretty hard to jump in there and then get stuck.
I think what you see a lot of Basilean players, you see them running Julius, Samacris, and the Dragon, or Julius, Samacris, and Nias. I haven't seen many people. That's a lot of points in 4 things, even though they're all amazing things.
Yeah.
I played the Dragon for a long time. I love my model for the Dragon. It's just so expensive. And I think you can't do as much with the 75mm Dragon as you could with the 50mm Dragon. I think in general, that's why you see a decrease in dragons being used. Just in general, I think they're a little bit more challenging to position the way that you want to get maximum points value. So, I mean, I love the list, but that could be based on the scenario. If he does have a lot of points wrapped up in those sort of 4, bling. So it should be interesting. But like you, I like Blake's list too. It has a little bit of everything. It's got a little shooting, got a little combat, it's got a big monster. It's got probably the best hero from Halpi's Rift, right? She's really good. This is really close. This is going to be, I think, this is a tough one for me to pick, but I think they're going to have a blast.
Yeah, the Night Stalker list is definitely not a straightforward run forth and smash stuff. It's a lot of tricks, and it's going to have to employ all of those tricks to get around the fact that this more, I don't want to say skewed list, but because it's just an Alpha Strike in style, and it does have a decent midline. Like, I really do like these Foot Guard. I don't want to discount them. They are nastily tough. Like, they are actually really durable, even at only defense 4. Unless you're running a Soul Reaver and or equivalent Super Hammer, they're gonna tank most other regiments and even some hordes in front charges, at least for a turn. And they hit back pretty decently with the Bane Champ backing them up. And certainly you don't want Nias and Julius and a Dragon all flanking stuff. I'll say that I like one Dragon in the list, and I would consider Julius, as he's accurately named, a Dragon, which is my only concern with running 2. I think 2 gets a little... the threat value of a Dragon is very nice. That's why I like Dragons. You play 1 because of speed 10, hitting on 3, crush 3, 10 attacks unit you have to respect. But once you have two of them, they never pay for themselves. A dragon doesn't kill things to get value, it threatens things to get value. And you don't need two threats.
I disagree on that, and mainly because I think two allow you. It's much easier to protect against one dragon than it is two, and that's how you get a dragon to kill things. Because you have two of them, one of them threatens, and the other one kills.
Yeah. So do a double flanking maneuver versus just two of them forcing reactions to the same or similar positions. Is that what you were saying, Pat?
Yeah, like you have one guy go up the flank, and the other guy sit in the middle. So if you turn to the guy in the flank, you're getting charged by the guy in the middle.
Yeah, but I don't feel you need two dragons for it. You got Naeus to do that. You got
Yeah, I mean
that's
Basilians don't necessarily need two dragons. I'd agree with you there because
that's
high speed stuff.
Let's not forget a horde of Alohi with Brew of Strength. That's where the hitting really lies.
I mean, don't discount it. There's a lot of ouch.
It hurts.
Flying Fearless over Palace Guard.
It's
very good.
With
it just turns them into Dracons without elite.
Yeah. But with Iron Resolve and Fearless and Inspire.
And Inspire.
They're still horrible. I hate them.
So bad.
Dracon Riders are so much better in every possible way. Shut up,
It's
Keith.
true.
Tell us how you really feel, Jeremy.
Uh-huh.
I
All
need
right.
more booze, and I could fully do my Keith Randall, but I can only do my a half Randall right now because I'm not.
Hand that man a bourbon and let's go.
Only at
Okay,
half
let's-
Randall. That's the phrase of the night.
Let's rack and stack this one. What are you thinking, Adam?
I think I think the lists match up pretty well against each other. I'm gonna have to give this one to Chris Murphy though, because I know he's an experienced player. 99% sure he's been to Masters before, whereas Blake is fairly new to the scene. Likely his first Masters, and it's just a whole nother level, whole new experience. So I think the veteran's going to take this one down. Pat.
I think it's up in the air. Looking just list on list, I still think Basilians have it. I don't see enough hammers to get through all these Basilian threats, and these Basilian threats are fast enough that they can isolate and pick off the units. So I'm going with Basilians.
Devlin and Jeremy?
Chris is such a great guy. I got to play him in my round one last Masters. Just look a super straight up dude. Blake's great. I think that what Adam said before disappearing was that your first Masters is a thing, and your first game at your first Masters is a thing. So I could see Blake needing a game to just sort of like take a breath and relax and sort of get through the grandeur. So I think it's going to be pretty close, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Blake pulls it. He's just really going to have to use Shakira well. But I think just on list, I think I'm going to go with the hegemony.
I can't go against Shakira because her hips don't lie. I ultimately think yes, if this is something like Kill, I think Chris has got it all day, every day. But even in the West Coast, jabs made over there, you don't make the Masters team and you don't bring a list like that unless you kind of know how to use it, right? So there's enough tricksy weirdness in this list that he could just hemorrhage like Scarecrows and Butchers all game. And at the end of the day, 4 wind blasts later, you're off objectives and he's beating you by 1 point. So I think that Blake has the tools to be really tricksy. So I'm going with the Night Stalkers here.
Yeah, this is definitely a closer one, so I like that. I do think it really comes down to, can the Night Stalkers pull any tricks off? I am happy to see and learn what Blake has to show us in terms of his practice and what he's brought. Basically, what is his experience with this list and how does he play it? I think this would be another fun one to watch, but I probably give it to Chris just on the fact that Brazilian's Alpha Strike is very solid, very good. So hits like a train and then keeps on rolling. All right. To keep the ball rolling on our train, we're gonna move on to table 10.
So I know you wanted to keep us on a little bit of a time crunch here, Matt. So if I could predict the future, Trident Realms don't beat elves. So we'll just skip this one and we'll just keep going.
We could probably wrap this one up pretty fast, but
That
for the
is
sake of the people
rude but
watching,
acceptable.
Let me read. Can I read Keith's list?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
You
so
want
Keith,
to read Keith's list?
I do so bad.
Oh, okay. Well, go for it, buddy.
Keith
I'll read.
Randall. Oh, this is going to be so sweet. Horde of Palace Guard with Chalice of Wrath. I would say that's like medium BS. Kindred Gladestalkers with Elite. He whined enough so that he got another unlocking unit. Silver Breeze Troop. Yeah. Forest Shamblers. Okay. What Elohi should be, Drakon Riders with Caterpillar and Chance of Hate. And then we enter the real douche canoe. We have triple Archmage, Conjurer Staff, Bane Chant, Lightning Bolt, Inspiring Talisman, Lightning Bolt, Boomstick, Lightning Bolt, because that seems like that'd be fun to play against. We got a Drakon Kindred Lord with Mead of Madness, so if you even try to get close, he just charges you. Oh, and then if that wasn't enough, we got Heart Piercer allies and a Unicorn.
And that
Have all the
unicorn,
Heartpiercer unicorn allies we've seen been all from the southeast, or at least mixing regions up on this?
I think there's been mixed regions. The Shannon Shoemaker took one. He's from the Midwest, but originated from the Southeast, so maybe that's something.
I have to do some back-end stuff after I read off the list, so I will investigate for you and come back to you once I've done that.
I
but
think
for
this
the
is the
list,
only southeast one that had allies, if I remember correctly. So Keith's was the only
Gotcha.
one that had.
still all the same allies, though. It's that Naiads and Unicorns. But in any case, Mr. Bart, our lamb offered in sacrifice to Keith Randall, is going to be 3 regiments of Tidal Swarm. Oh gosh, 6, or sorry, I'm reading the number 6 on there. 3 hordes of Death Horrors. I'm already going to see some problems here. 1 horde of Gigas, 2 Knuckers, 2 Krakens, a single Depth Horror, Eternal, 2 Thule Mythicans, and Ector. He comes in at unit strength 20 with 15 units, of which 6 of which are probably going to evaporate within the first 2 turns because they're
Unit
all
strength
defense 3.
evaporation.
Yeah, oh boy. Okay.
No, I give Keith a hard time, and it's only joking. He's like a super nice guy, very, very good player with the elves. He's crushed me with that elf list so many times. But I mean, against Trident Realm, I mean, it's just he's gonna pick his targets. He should kill his targets unless he just has ultimate dice flubbing. Yeah, I mean, you can deploy. It's a good point. Just deploy on the back line. But what if the scenario is push? So maybe if you're playing a scenario where you can be a little bit back, that will be an option for you to play.
But really, what scenario is that realistically?
Yeah, and then if you get close, he's got the Drakon. That's what's so difficult to play this sort of list. We've talked about it before. I know Britton's a big fan of talking about the idea of the clock. This list puts you on the clock, which if you don't get to it, he's going to shoot you. And if you do get to it, he's going to charge you with Drakon. So it's like, what do you do? I don't know.
It's very similar to the list I run with elves. And That's the idea, and I think the reason why this elf list does so well is the ideal game is you prevent your opponent from rolling as many dice as possible. So you shoot them, you charge them, you kill them with whatever you were doing, and you don't let them do anything in return. And this is probably one of the most ideal matchups to do that.
It really is because like not only are Trident Realm usually a little hard, like easy to shoot, but they also don't have as many answers, particularly for individuals. Because Trident Realms don't have mounted individuals. In this game, he has the Boomstick Thule and the Wings of Honey Maids Thule, which will help a little bit. Both of those guys are very easy to shoot as well, especially the Wings guy, because now he's defense 3, and Stealthy, Lightning Bolt doesn't care about Stealthy. I think that
Keith has 18 lightning bolts that are elite, and then +5 on top from the unicorn. So
yeah,
that's a lot.
if Bart gets top of turn 1 and positions it so he can run his Krakens essentially right into the face, but making it so that you can't multi-charge any Kraken or Knuckers, then then it could be pretty interesting, because then Keith will only have 1 turn to really shoot before, and he hasn't positioned for flanks as easy yet. But I imagine if Keith gets first turn, it's going to be very rough, because now all of a sudden you can't run down without giving up. I'm assuming giving up flanks to Drakons and Dragons.
All right, having fixed the back end here, I will say that a lot of what Keith's bringing here and what Adam has already said, and as many people pointed out, this is the 1-2 punch combo. This is probably my favorite style with Kings right now. Is you have a not necessarily a critical mass of shooting, but enough shooting that you just can't ignore it. And I would argue this is definitely on the higher side of that. So calling it not a critical mass is almost insulting to it. But it is still a lot of shooting. But then the follow up to that is you have these speed 10 just punching like monstrosities that are just going to, hey, you want to move forward and try to engage the shooters? Well, now you just get smacked in the face and go right back to the deployment zone. And while admittedly the ensnare helps kind of avoid that a little bit, it's so much defense 3 and 2. It's just gonna die.
And then we forgot to even mention that he has a Palace Guard horde with Palace of Wrath. Like,
yeah, so that's
just
dash 24 nerve, essentially.
right. Yeah.
Trident Realm doesn't really have anything to shoot it.
And that thing hits like a truck too. So you get close, he can charge you with that too. You know, it's like
right.
So he's got the speed on you, he's got the shooting on you. Theoretically, the way you beat this style list is you have to have like enough healing or counter shooting to kind of play it back, basically. Like you want a similar style list to fight this type of list. And this Trident Realm is exactly what Keith wants to see. It's low defense for him to shoot the absolute daylights out of until it walks forward and then just gets charged to death. It's really, and Keith is on top of that just a really good player. Like, I can't vote against him here. I normally want to be like, oh, here's like the super sneaky play he could do to like overcome this. And I'm like, I don't. It's just going to be pain.
I don't think it's necessarily a like auto win for Keith. Bart does have some options to do, but Bart pretty much has to play it perfectly, while Keith, I think, has a pretty large margin of error is the problem.
I'm just going to go on record and say that I think this is our first blackjack of the tournament.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree. The only skillful contribution I say is this isn't on Sunday, so Keith can't choke it away, so Keith's going to win.
Agreed. Keith usually does pretty well his first day.
Yeah. If Bart, if you can manage to show us some cool tricks here, but it's gonna be very rough one way or another. I think if you do win, there's not much left on the table.
This could be one of those fun games. Is think about the way you think you should play it, and then do the exact opposite of that. And just like you say, make it so unconventional that Keith just can't comprehend what you're doing.
Hide behind trees the entire game.
Yeah,
don't fight. Just ignore.
Just chillax.
Yeah, Ray tried to do that against Brad McKay's shooting, and it went. It's doable, but
he didn't lose that bad.
Right, exactly. I think it was the smallest loss of all of Brad McKay's smashy list runs. But in any case, going with Keith. Not going to justify it beyond the cries of pain and agony I get when looking at the sheer volume versus defense 3. And no stealthy.
Makes
Don't
sense.
even have that. Okay. Yep. Well, that was a quicker one for sure. Moving on to 11, an exciting one, though. Well, maybe exciting, maybe another landslide. I don't know Jason that well, so we'll have to find out.
So this game should be put on 8 clocks because these people are so methodical that they would time out into game 3. But this should be a hell of a game.
Jeremy, you read one of the last lists. Devlin, do you want the honor of reading Dustin's list out, even though he's not playing EOD this time, or should we give that to someone else?
I can go either way because I have ties to Dustin, I have ties to Jason. So we
this is just
go both
cold
ways.
EOD.
Yeah, I can read the cold EOD. Okay,
go for it.
All right, so the Iceman cometh. By the way, shout out if you've ever had Angry Orchard Iceman. It comes in like a giant 16-ounce bomber. It's like 10% cider. That shit is great. But yeah, so Dustin's bringing the pain with his Northern Alliance. He's got 3 regiments of Snow Foxes because they get in the way. They're nimble, they're super fast, and they're also stealthy, so they suck to shoot at. He then has not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 hordes of ice elementals with the names of Sub-Zero now Plane Zero, Allow Me to Break the Ice, Have an Ice Day, and Doom of Yukon Cornelius. One of them has Potion of the Caterpillar. The rest of them are naked. All of them are delicious. He's then got 2 Frost Giants, one named Ymir and one named Hrungnir, named after Frost Giants. He's got 2 Ice Queens. One is the ubiquitous Elsa because it's funny. The other one is named Scotty, which is another Norse goddess. Both have heal 5, and both have replaced Icy Breath 10 with Surge 8. Wonder what he's going to do with those. He then has Hrim, the legendary ice giant, and then he has Sarakina, the Ice Queen. That clocks in at 18 unit strength and 13 units.
All right. Pat, you want to read or?
Yeah. So Jason is bringing Kingdoms of Men, 2 regiments of bowmen, 3 hordes of bowmen, 2 regiments of knights, 1 with Caterpillar, 1 with Sir Jesse's, and a siege artillery because he couldn't take a 4th cannon, 3 cannons, 2 general winged beasts, a hero with on horse with Indomitable Will and Mace of Crushing, 3 wizards, all 3 of them on Pegasus, all 3 of them replace Firefall with Lightning Bolts, and 1 of them with the Boomstick. That is 17 drops and 24 unit strength.
And a shocking amount of bow shots in the classic style of good old second.
So I'm going to shed light on how this came about. Jason is a new Mid-Atlantic transplant, but he used to live in Birmingham, where he played in the same club every weekend against Jeff O'Neill. things are all coming together because this is essentially white goblins.
So these, first of all, you just assumed the race of these men. We don't know.
I've actually seen the army in person. They are Caucasian.
Yeah, this is a lot of shots, and it's also very similar to what the elves are trying to do, which is put their clock on. You have the winged beasts to threaten you whenever you do try to close. It's definitely more shooting and less punch than the elves, but it has that similar kind of style to it. That being said, Dustin is very good at playing against gun lines, and everything he has is stealthy or defense 5, and he also has 10 heal that gets rerolls on the things he wants to heal. His ice elementals are going to be slow, so you'll be able to get a good number of shots on him, but the frost giants are fast enough that if you wanted to, you'd be on you in turn 2. And they're also beefy enough that they can take a flank from one of those winged beasts and not really care. Really, it comes down to in my opinion, it comes down to if those 4 artilleries can hit and do pick up, you'll probably need to pick up at least 2 key targets in turn 1 and another one in turn 2. So if you're looking at trying to pick up 3 sizable targets by the end of turn 2, otherwise it's going to be a pretty uphill struggle for Jason. Because Dustin will not allow you to multi-charge anything. He'll have what he quotes as the box of death, where everything is at slight angles, so you can't multi-charge, and if you get into it, you can either be shot to death, charged to death, or both, since these are shamblers. And he has enough small base and chaff to really push that through. And Jason, if those cannons don't hit, he really doesn't have an answer, because he doesn't have much in the way of hammers. His best hammer is a Knight Regiment, which is a middling hammer at best.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, Jason doesn't want to get into combat. And even if he does, if you get put in that box of death, I think Jason's just as fine with getting shot to death, because he shouldn't be getting his knights in that box of death. They should be initiating when they want to, unless they get gianted down, which is always a possibility. But I think Jason's just kind of content to sit there and shoot back with what he can, assuming he doesn't just waver his whole army, which is a possibility. But yeah, it's really going to come down to can the cannons and the Seeds artillery do enough damage in the first 2 turns to remove, like you said, 2 of those targets, and then that makes this game really interesting. If that doesn't happen, then Jason doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell. See what I did there.
Hey.
Yeah, for a minute I was just like, man, this is a lot of shots. Man, that's really cool. Like, what if shooting gets brought back in a big way with this? So it's like, I love it. It's a cool, like, hey, I want to do shooting and I want it to work. And as I think Devin was saying, I don't think he countercharges here. I just think it's the old rabble style where it's just like, oh, you charged a regiment of rabble? Cool, they're dead. Keep shooting. Like, we ain't charging jack. But I do think it's so skewed on whether or not these artillery hit. If these artillery can land the hits, which after the cock pack, now that they're getting cover for most of these, well, no, they do. Okay, they just straight up ignore cover. These aren't indirect. These are just straight up ignore cover.
It was the rule ignore cover that got adjusted.
Oh, okay. So
Ignore
you can't
cover
entry now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
If you're in difficult terrain, you still get cover. It's intervening units.
Okay, gotcha. So effectively, this should just be ignores intervening units. Gotcha. Okay. With that being the case, I don't think these cannons are ever going to hit anything that's less than a 6 to roll if Dustin plays it right, because he'll put the foxes, in front of cannons, or he'll put stuff in trees the whole way. He doesn't really care about trees because he's going to surge shamble out of trees anyway.
No, the foxes aren't going to aren't gonna block any shots. Foxes are only height 1, and yeah. So the cannons are. I think Jason will have shots on 5s because there's not enough difficult terrain to put 4 hordes of ice elementals and 3 frost giants in.
You don't put them all in. You put some in, and then others in either different spots or giants behind. I mean, he's got options.
Right.
I do agree. The Snow Foxes was a misspeak. They don't want to be in front in this list. The archers will just demolish them. If anything, those are, I guess, do you run them at the archers? Do you fight with them in the archers? This list is actually a weird one for those units because those chaff just disappear.
You use the Snow Foxes for objectives.
Yeah, late game score.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I will say I played Jason in a UB game online tournament, and he played pretty much this exact same list. So the artillery that he has is actually a decoy because the million bow shots is what actually kills you. The guy was rolling out of his goddamn mind and did like an average of 7 wounds per horde against me. And I think I ended up calling it like turn 2 because I also snake-eyed a Drakon horde into one of his knight units. So I just was, it was one of those UB games where it's like, nope, dice, nope, just everything's dead, turn 2, and there was no way of coming back. So this, if the dice, it has enough variance of dice with all those bowman shots that they could, allow for like 2 hits from the cannons to push it over the edge to kill a unit. So I think that the shooting is going to be effective enough to pick up at least 1 unit in the first couple turns, or per turn in the first couple turns. So then does Dustin have enough left if you take away 2 of his units to win the game from there?
Right. Shooting and scooting. If anything, I think you pick up the ice elementals is the hope. Because you're doubling the shots when you effectively shoot and scoot.
True.
Yeah, that's where all his unit strength is too. So if you're trying to hit Dustin hard, those are the units you need to go to because the Giants will pick things up. The Giants can pick anything in the army up, but at the same time, it's their 1 unit strength. So you know what counters that? General on a wing beast flies over to an objective that last turn. Or a wizard because all of his wizards are mounted on Pegasus, so they all score. He's not going to have a way to catch those. Dustin won't. So that's at least 3, 4, 5 scoring units that can't really be touched.
I think Jason's not going to outfight Dustin's list, but he can win it on scenario, I think. I say Jason's not going to outfight him without rolling well with his war machines. But even if he doesn't kill things, he has enough unit strength and mobile scoring units that he can win on scenario.
I would say that the danger of trying to play for those late turn objective grabs with like these 10-12 wizards and the generals and wing beasts are a little bit tankier and can take a shot or 2. But in addition to being surgical, these ice elementals can just turn around and gun you to death too, and have some extra range because of surge to do it. So it's not like you can even be like, oh, I'm out of your 12-inch turnaround range. It's like, no, you got to be out of like whatever surge 20 can get you, or surge, let's see, 8, 16. So 16 surge on that. You're looking at 8 inches in addition. It's a lot of extra space to shift things around, or 2 units if you really need it to go away.
And he has the Ice Queen too, so he actually has 24 surge.
Oh, oof.
Another thing that should be said, I think Dustin actually has the most shots of any army. I think he comes in at 100 shots, but it's all range 10 with the ice, what's called icy breath.
They are tied.
Yeah, they're tied at 100
for 100 shots each for the most.
No.
And I'll edge it to Jason because his are blast, some of them. So
Yeah, and longer range, even though some of those close range ones are going to be more effective. But
Yeah, I don't know Jason on a skill based level. Obviously, Dustin's vast experience and tournament record speaks for itself. Coming in pretty much, I don't think there's been an event where I've not seen him in the top 3 in quite some time, or in first or second, respectively.
last year's Masters,
That's yes,
that was the last time.
yeah, he did do pretty rough that time. But other than that, yeah, he took that, and he's been stomping all year again. And this list is one of those, like, it was crafted with third in mind. The one he ran to Masters was not this.
Yeah.
So
I will say, I think Jason has one of the better opportunities list on lists against this, the Ice Cometh. But skill wise, I mean, it's almost impossible to vote against Dustin.
put him on a clock. Um,
As I said, both of these boys need to be on a clock.
all right, let's go
being
down.
meticulous too, and he's got a lot of dice rolling to do.
Right, let's go down the line on this one, Mr. Adam.
I can't vote against Dustin.
Fair vote. Pat.
Dustin.
Jeremy.
Well, if Jason does get lucky, and let's say he hits with every single bow shot and somehow finds a way to win this game, I feel bad for whoever loses and has to play Dustin in round 2, because I've been that person, and it's not fun to lose your first game and have to play Dustin next. But yeah, I'm going Dustin.
I think at the end of the day, the thing that's going to turn it over to Jason is going to be good luck, and when you're relying on good luck, you can't in good conscience kind of make that assumption. So I'm going with Dustin, with the caveat that I would not be surprised at all if Jason won this, because Jason does have the tools. He's just got to have a little bit of luck on his side.
Yeah, this is another one of those shooting matchups where I think it comes down to if the shots land, if enough of them spike, then this could turn into a sudden landslide and upset for Jason. But if I were a betting man, it's very hard to bet against Dustin on any given matchup. This is going to be one to watch if you're wondering how to beat this type of list, if anything, is what I would suspect. Unless it just spikes, in which case, again, that it can happen. So it can always happen. You could always just roll 6s, guys. That's how you win.
How do you win Kings of War? Roll better. That's how.
It's true. Alrighty. Well, we've got some of the filth out of the way. On to 12. Oh, hey.
No, we don't. I
It's
just
Mike's
looked at
list.
this. Hey, it's Mike's list.
We've got Mr. Tom Annis versus Tyler Schultz. I'll go ahead and read Tom's list.
Do we have to? You've already read Mike's list.
It's true. I'll read Tyler's list then, and
Gotcha.
that's probably all we need. So,
Right. For those who haven't watched, we did Tom's list, so I will speed read this fucker.
you want to do that right now?
Sure. Tom Annis running 2 regiments of zombies, 3 troops of wraiths, 2 regiments of soul reapers, 1 with Chalice of Wrath, 1 with Staying Stone, 2 troops of Revenant Cavalry, 2 whites. So 1 has Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding, as you do. 2 Revenant Kings, both mounted with Surge as one of the most cost-efficient individuals in the entire game, in my opinion. A Necromancer with Inspiring Talisman and Bane Chant, and a Cursed Pharaoh with the Wings of Honeymaze. All coming out to a grand total of 21 unit strength and 15 units.
Tyler has taken his ogres. Hasn't played them in tournaments in a while, but he said this is his most comfortable army. So he's got Boomer Horde with Blessing of the Gods. He's got a Horde of Warriors with the Staying Stone. He's got Hunter Horde with the Brew of Haste. 3 regiments of Berserker Braves, one with a little bit extra wild charge, 2 hordes of Siege Breakers with Headstrong and Fury, 2 Red Goblin Blasters, a Warlock with the Inspiring Talisman, 2 Berserker Bullies, one with the Blade of Slashing, and Nominam.
Fun list.
He said he played Ogres at Kingdom Monsters, but that was a while ago. So
It was, January in the pre-COVID times when we all died.
well, I think that Tyler has a clear advantage because he's seen this list already in this matchup cast.
So it gets to double the amount of ways to pick it apart.
Yep, we've analyzed the hell out of it. If he loses, I mean,
Yeah.
he'll just blame it on dice like usual.
So if we discount analysis on the undead list and look just at the ogres, you got boomers with elite, warriors, hunters. I don't think this is a horrible matchup because he's got a lot of like good punchy units in the front. So like if it comes down to it's going to be a bloodbath. You've got siege breakers, berserker braves, as long as they get to actually land some punches. Hunters and then snare are not going to be something you just pick up most of the time, unless you get double charges with things. Even soul reavers will struggle against ensnare to a degree. I mean, still probably putting 10 wounds out.
That is mathematically average, yes.
Yep. Six decent fighting units, and the boomers aren't a slouch in combat, but you're gonna rely on them for just shooting the crap out of things. It's fun. If the blasters manage to get into the important units, then they could potentially pick up the scary things, but they won't. Not a
even
top
if the blasters get into range, you take that trade. The only good thing is the blasters are cheap enough that it doesn't really matter what they get into.
Yeah, this will be a fun one to watch. There's going to be a lot of dice thrown on this table, I think, unlike some of the other ones where it's going to come down to like first turn, second turn shooting, and then a landslide from there. This one, I think, will be much closer for most of the game, and then probably be decided.
It'll be a lot about positioning and trades, since they're both almost entirely either short range or melee armies.
Yep.
I think that's where Tom has the advantage, because as long as the wraiths don't end in, or the whites don't end in terrain, they don't care about leaving from it because of fly, and they were given that rule, and I think that's completely bullshit. And then all the wraiths have Strider now, so he can kind of play the terrain, I think, a lot better than Tyler can, because Tyler's only really got the hunters that can ignore the terrain. So I think it'll be a good old fashioned hug fest in the middle of the table. It'll be interesting to see how this shakes out, but I think at the end of the day, there's a little bit more mobility on the undead side to kind of get some of those units where they want, can block up maybe the siege breakers with some wraiths and hold them for a few turns while you kind of deal with the rest of them. And I think ultimately Tom will win out, but it'll be something bloody, like 1,500 plus kill points for both sides.
I do love Tyler's army. His really nice painted Mantic ogre army. And Mantic is ogres I actually like. I think they're kind of like a polarized look as far as the army. Some people love them, they hate them, but he does have a really nice army. I just get the sense we're gonna have just this huge, massive melee in the middle, and someone's gonna roll Snake Eyes at the most like worst time, and this is gonna be like a loud game. So I think that we're gonna have. I just have a sense they're gonna have some crazy nerve rolls in this game.
My money's on Tyler to roll the Snake Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
My money's on Tom paying off Tyler's dice to roll the Snake Eyes.
Yeah. If we want to start calling ranks here, I probably give a slight edge to Tom. I definitely think this will be a bloodbath of a game, but I think Tom has a little bit more of a speed edge. And we've joked. I know he just finished an article that talked about how speed was on the way out. But let me tell you, this is a matchup where like it's probably going to be one of the determining factors. He can kind of pick and choose where he wants the fights. He can chaff up the units he wants with these speed 7 wraiths and speed 8 revcav, and put them against units that won't kill them back, and then kind of that just leaves the Soul Reavers and Whites to just do what they do. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. But yeah, I'd probably give it to Tom. Or sorry, Mike.
Mom Gannis.
Mike Toe.
Thought
If
that-
it wasn't obvious for me, I'm going with Mom Gannis. That's my
Mom
vote.
Gannis.
But I think Tyler's gonna kill a hell of a lot of Tom's army, and I think the attrition will probably be close to 0 because there's just not going to be much on the table.
Well, Matt, you say that he has the speed advantage, but those Berserker Braves with the Wild Charge D3, I think actually puts it more of like an even matchup with that. Because a lot of Tom's speed is speed 7 with the Whites and the Wraiths. So on average, those Berserker Braves are going to be able to charge them if they move within that range. So I think it's going to be pretty close. The one thing that I know Undead doesn't like is lowering their nerve. Tom's got a lot of middling nerves, and the brutal across the board is going to definitely come into play here too. I think I'm going to give it to Tyler in this one.
Pat, rounding it out.
I think we give it to Tom.
Alrighty. Not a complete landslide, but yeah, we'll see it. This is gonna be a fun one to watch. Probably a good vote for stream. But in any case, let me move on to number 13. Garrett Mercer versus Jeremy Duval, another Chaos member.
Do we want Jeremy to double up and read his own list?
Just make it a thing for the
course.
3 of you who are going. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. I will read my Basalians. I have a Men-at-Arm Spearman Horde with the Dragon Shard Shield, upgrading to Veteran Command. I have 2 Paladin Footguard troops with Aegis Fragments, 2 Gur Panthers troops, 2 regiments of Paladin Knights, watch out, with Caterpillar and Brew of Strength with Aegis Fragments, 2 Ogre Palace Guard hordes, one with Chalice of Wrath, one with Staying Stone, Priest with Shroud of the Saint and Bane Chant, a War Wizard with the Boomstick, and replacing Fireball with Lightning Bolt, a War Wizard with the Conjuring Staff with Bane Chant and replacing Fireball with Lightning Bolt, Nias, and Samacris.
No Julius.
All right. Let's get Devlin. I'm gonna call on you. Read out Garrett for us.
All right. Garrett is taking Trident Realms, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 hordes of Gigas with Chalice of Wrath, Dwarven Ale, Staying Stone, and Potion of the Caterpillar, respectively. He's got 1, 2, 3 Knuckers as they come in all Trident Realm lists. 2 Krakens, a Thule Mythican with Blade of the Beast Slayer. That's a little spicy. Ector, and a Trident King. There is no frills about what this list wants to do. It just says, hey, look, I'm Big Shield or Ensnare, and deal with it.
12 drop list with 18 unit strength, one of the lighter unit strength lists I think we've seen. I have to check on that here in a second. Pretty close on drops though.
It is all very difficult to kill though.
Oh yeah. But Jeremy's list is very killy. I'll say that. And hitting on 3s helps negate the ensnare for sure. The defense 6 is going to be a bit tricky. I will say this, out of all the lists that I read for Masters, where I was just kind of like, I did a quick scan through when they were first all dropping, just like, like what are all these lists? What are everyone taking? Like, what's kind of the standout things? And Garrett's is one for me. Garrett's is like, if I had to pick one where I'm just like, this is the list that like is the most intriguing. Not necessarily one that I'm like, okay, he's dark horses and wins, but like I like this list and I want to see how it does. Garrett's is probably the number one pick for that for me, because it's definitely a new or more interesting take on Trident Realms, running 4 hordes of Gigas. I don't think I've seen that done before. The Knuckers are a pretty obvious pick because you take Knuckers, they're good. But 4 hordes of Gigas and basically saying that you're going to sacrifice most of your like numerous killing power. So like you don't have a volume of attacks, but you do have a lot of crushing, so you're not missing out on that. And you're just a tank. I kind of want to see how this plays out.
It's true. The most attacks of any unit in his army is 12.
Yep.
Just remember, Gigas do have the best roll in the game, or second best. Fearless being the first, and Nimble being the second. Even though they're on very big bases and are very slow, that does still help a lot in positioning.
And combine that with Big Shield, that's got to be another really good rule up there too.
Yep. You're hitting a
actually, this Trident Realm list only has 2 units that are not nimble, and that's the Krakens. So, Jeremy, I love you, but this list is definitely what you don't want to see, I feel like, which is a bunch of really beefy stuff that if you get stuck in, it's going to punish you, and your list doesn't do great in getting actually stuck in, besides maybe the Palace Guard. I think the Trident Realm have the edge here. Samachus is going to be pretty critical for you, though, because Samachus is going to really be able to help you mitigate some of these nimbleness and keep your and help you win the grind war. And your war wizards, they don't have great targets in the Gigas, but the Knuckers aren't terrible for them because you ignore the stealthy for it. And 13-15 nerve, you can it's definitely low enough that you'll probably take 2 turns to kill them or kill one of them, but you should be able to take care of at least one of them that way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup where not a lot's going to die. I think more is going to die on Jeremy's side, but I think to what avail? Like the stuff that's supposed to die will die. So I think like some of the more chaffier units will kind of die off, but then you'll kind of be stuck there in this weird eternal kind of grind in the middle to see like who can kind of win over the objectives or whatever the scenario is. This will be, yeah, it'll come down to who can get a hot roll. I mean, it feels like what we say for most of these games. I think what I'm interested in is what kind of grinding Garrett looks for out of this Thule Mythicon. It's a weird little unit that's kind of cute, and you can do some tricksy things with it. Like it can hold up stupid units for no reason, just by being kind of ensnare and having a little bit of crush with it. But yeah, I'd be interested to see if he gets what kind of usage he gets out of that little guy.
It would really put a knight regiment to sleep rather quickly. I think that the Knights on a counterpunch loose being stripped of Thunderous, they don't grind well against that, allowing him a turn or two to reposition and then deal with them. So I think it's more or less a chaff unit in his army. But yeah, I think that Jeremy, it definitely comes down to these Ogre Palace Guard. Essentially, each horde has to be able to hit and kill, and likely be able to then engage and stick around with another unit after that. Because I mean, your spearmen, you're not really getting any value out of the spearmen with the phalanx. The dragon charge shield will be great, help you withstand some of the onslaught. So he's not going to really chew through those spearmen at any quick rate because of his low number of attacks. And then your knights, I think, are going to come to. You're going to have a stare down with Knuckers, and it's going to be just a little bit of a standoff type battle where I think he has the range on you, so you either have to shoot away all the Knuckers, which is pretty tough when he has 3 of them. They have a pretty decent nerve. So it then is just going to turn to almost like a 2-part battle. The flanks trying to gain advantage on each side with those, and then the grind in the middle between Gigas and the infantry and large infantry of your army as well. So positioning is going to be huge in this one.
All good points. Garrett's a great guy, very solid player. This is his crazy turtle, I think, right? His turtle army. It's a really fun looking army, so I think we'll have at least a nice looking table. I think the only thing that I have going for me in this matchup is that he doesn't have attack volume, and that depending on how it works, I mean, Basileans get stronger if you don't want. Anything gets stronger when you don't one-shot it, but Basilean, you pay a lot of points for Iron Resolve, for a lot of elements that you can't utilize if your units are dead. But that many nimble units, a lot of nimble, like what Pat said, and prior to this, Garrett played a Vanger army with a lot of horse shooting guys, so he's played a lot of nimble stuff for a long time. And I mean, my list is not horrible, but it's not amazing either. I mean, I kind of wanted to bring a list based on what I have painted, and I'm as people joke, I'm just the slowest painter in the world. And the reason why I don't have Julius is because my Samacris is my Samacris or my Julius. I can't feel both Samacris and Julius. And I wanted to take the Spearmen because I've been painting them for 1,000 years. And if they weren't in my Masters list, they were I just felt they're just never going to get painted, because after a Masters, I want to do a new army. So, but we're going to have a fun time. I'm really excited to get to play Garrett on the first round. I think it is going to be those Knuckers are just so tough to deal with. But maybe I can get in the middle and spike some dice and, engage 2 or 3 of the Gigas in one turn, maybe with the Ogres or whatever, and take off 1 or 2, and then just try to survive the lower attack volume coming back to me, and then heal up with Samacris and the heal, but Priest, but I don't know. It's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, I will start us off with our. Did I miss you, Devin?
No, it's cool. I can say it my spiel in a moment.
Gotcha. I was going to say I can start us off in our ranking things here. I like Garrett's list. I do think it's going to struggle against Jeremy's list. I think that the real key here is that volume of attacks. It is a really nifty list, and if he can find those nimble charges, then he's gonna it gets a lot more interesting. This is going to be a really tactical, cagey match. But I will say this, and Jeremy, you can eat up this praise all day. Jeremy is really, really good at playing those KG matches. I'd argue, and this is the highest praise I can probably give. I have the only person who I've played that was almost as cagey as Dustin has been Jeremy, and that's pretty nuts for me. If there's someone who can stop all this nimble charges, it's Jeremy's positioning. So it'll be really fun to watch. I haven't seen Garrett play. I know he's an exceptionally good player, and he's a really cool guy. But it'll be very interesting to see how this one turns out, and I'm looking forward to that. But I'll give the edge to Jeremy.
Yeah, Garrett's took a similar version of this army to Bug Eater that just happened this last month. He had no Knuckers in that army though, and he had 3 Krakens, so it was even more just tank and grind. He's obviously adjusted it, and I think the adjustments he's made will lend to him being able to combat a more overall variety of armies. But Garrett and Tyler are kind of in their own little mountain island in Colorado, where there's just one other guy, Brian, as well. And all those guys do is just play each other. And Brian was originally our 8th Mountain Region Masters qualifier. So these guys are just steel sharpening steel, playing a ton of games out there. And I'm sure as it is right now, they're probably racking up a game knowing what their opponent's lists look like and just going to get a game or 2 in tonight even. So I know Jeremy and Garrett are both great players. I just know Garrett is known for his niche lists, and this absolutely fits into his style of he wants to take something that people will look at and on paper it just doesn't look like it's much of anything, and then he just rolls and has a 4 or 5 wins in a tournament with it. So I'm gonna vote for Garrett on this one because I know he's done it before with different lists. Oh, and can confirm Garrett says they're starting their game in about 10 minutes.
Devlin, you want to give us your spiel?
Yeah, I think ultimately what it's going to come down to in Jeremy's list is actually if the knights can break something. I think if he can, get 2 knights into one of these units, I think he might have a shot at picking something off. And then at that point, it's just trying to trade out with the Ogre Palace Guard. The other thing I think to kind of note is Garrett's list is so compact that really he has to bring everything to bear. Whereas I think, as we've already talked about in Jeremy's list, the foot guard and kind of the Panthers or the men at arms can really just afford to just sit back and hold objectives, because unless he sends a Knucker out to go deal with them, which is a huge kind of points trade right there, I mean, nothing's gonna really combat those scoring units. So kind of Jeremy's on the off to the bat with a couple like scoring units up, in my opinion. So I think Jeremy's got this one. I do think it'll be a close match and it'll be a wee bit cagey, but I think in the end Jeremy can probably pull it off.
Finish this up, Pat.
I think I'm going to go against my club mate and go Tradic Realm. Yeah, I feel like that's just a lot to get stuck up on, and I think Jeremy's list struggles when he gets stuck up on things. I do think it's going to be close. I have a feeling either way it goes, there's going to be a key turn where it'll snowball from there around turns 3 or 4. So I don't think the score will necessarily be close. I think whoever's going to win is going to win like 15-6, 16-5, somewhere around there. But it's going to be close up until that, like, all right, now it's just clean up during time.
Alrighty, so very, very close split on that one, and definitely will be a fun game to see the results of. All right, so heading over to table 14, we've got Billy Henninger versus Mike Rossi. Sure to be a fun table for sure. Let's see here. I can go ahead and take Billy's list once I manage to pull up table 14.
I'll take Billy's list.
You'll take Billy's list? You want to rep your players?
He's my club mate. He
That's fair.
literally lives like a half mile away from me. I'm surprised he's not in my room right now for this, but whatever.
Sure. Cool. I'll get. If you want to start reading his while I pull up.
Sure. Billy's taken his Varnger. He has a regiment of Draugr with the Scrying Gem, 2 Hordes of Fallen, 1 with the Brew of Strength. He has 3 regiments of Mounted Sons, all with Stealthy. He has Blessing of the Gods, Potion, and Jesse's Boot. Then he has 4 regiments of Snow Foxes. He has 2 Lords on Frostfangs, both with Snow Foxes. One has Dwarven Ale, the other has Pipes of Terror. And then he has Magnild, rolling out to 13 units, 23 unit strength.
And an absolute beatstick of fast units. Looking over at Mike Rossi from the Pacific Northwest, we have Dwarves. We've got Iron Guard, 3 regiments, all with throwing mastiffs. We've got Shield Breakers, 2 Hordes. Love it. 4 troops of sharpshooters, so not a small amount of hitting on 4, piercing 2, shooting. Some Berserker Brock Riders with Jesse's Boots of Striding, as you do. Mastiff hunting packs, he's got 3 of them, all with further throwing mastiffs, so dogs throwing dogs. We've got a Steel Behemoth. Specifically, it's Golok's Fury. So with a significantly fancy 18-inch piercing to attack. A Berserker Brock Lord. Yes, in fact, a Brock Lord mounted on a Brock with the Blade of the Beast Slayer, and a Dwarf Banner caddy for the loot. Coming out to a total of 16 units and 28 unit strength, so not shabby on the unit strength. I'll say this. I'll open it up. Again, I'll say that Tom's fun article was saying that speed is dead. Well, here are your Bringer players coming to just say no, because the whole list is speed fast.
Not only that, but most of it's stealthy, which is gross.
Yep.
Yeah. Not what Mike really wants to see.
No. Here's the thing, though. Rossi would really want us to vote against dwarves, so I mean, I think we're doing him a favor here.
Sure.
I think if you could take stealthy out of it, I think that Rossi would have a good shot here. But just picking off the Lords on Frostfang or the Fallen isn't going to do it for you, because really what you want to do is get into those Mounted Sons, because they can pick up, the unit. They can pick up those units, even the Iron Guard, if you can get like 2 in there, or a combo charge between like a Fallen and a Mounted Sons that can still pick up that defense 6. That said, though, maybe the throwing mastiffs come up clutch, and piling them all on one of them can kind of do something with some of the plink wounds you do get across, because whatever goes through will stick against Billy's list. But at the end of the day, it's so fast that you're not getting many turns, and even even if you can protect those sharpshooters, which there's not a lot of big things to kind of get back to them, once you stick in, that height 3 is just going to be so tall that you won't be able to see over the combats to shoot really anything.
Yeah. I'll make the only comment here that the one nice thing about shooting lists against armies that don't have heal is that your wounds do stick, right? But you gotta have the volume to start really making that count here. And with stealthy and Iron Resolve on the things that aren't stealthy, just to really put in screw the dagger in tighter, right? It's going to be a very fast list that's going to be on your face very quickly. And Billy knows how to play it right. He's not going to fall for incorrect charges if he needs to slow down for some reason, depending on the scenario. He can do that. He's not going to overrush it.
It should also be mentioned that the Varanger list also pretty much ignores terrain outside of one unit of Mounted Suns that is elite instead of Strider or Pathfinder. The Fallen, Pathfinder, the other 2 units of Mounted Suns, Pathfinder, Strider, the Snow Foxes, Pathfinder, Lords on Frostfangs, Pathfinder. So he can mitigate shooting in several different ways with having terrain not carrying and stealthy.
That's actually the biggest thing I don't like about this Varanger list. I felt like that Caterpillar potion should have been vicious, mainly because he already has so much Pathfinder that there's just going to be, he's going to run out of space to actually use it, but, that's a very nitpicky thing to think about.
I'll add this for Rossi. The other issue here is that there's a lot of nimble and speed on top of all that. But I would joke with Adam because Adam says that Billy's list is all Pathfinder, but Rossi's list might as well have Pathfinder because it's never going to charge.
That's true. I was saying it more for the shooting aspect because the dwarf shooting not only gets affected by the stealthy, but also from cover shooting as well. So it's some of those 4s could be 6s to hit. He'll likely be able to shoot something on 5s, but if he ever hits something on 4s, I'd be surprised.
Jeremy, what are your thoughts?
Man, those Lords on Frostfang are just so good. It's just like a super punchy list, right? And for the sharpshooters are pretty nice, but like you said, I don't know how much work he's going to get out of those. But they're going to have a fun game. Rossi's a great person to play against, so.
This is not the first time they have played each other.
Well, cool.
They played at San Antonio Masters, so they get to meet up in Texas every Masters and play each other.
That was when Billy played his Twilightkin, right?
Yeah, he was playing Twilightkin, and after that tournament, he switched to Varanger, and he's been playing a version of this ever since.
Ever since then? Okay.
Yeah. And I think Rossi rolled over him really easily because he had a lot of shooting, and Billy was running a lot of Witch Elves, defense 3, dash 16. They weren't the best, so it wasn't much of a game from the sounds of it.
So it sounds like Billy's going to get his revenge this time.
The revenge of the Varanger.
Take the word right out of my mouth. I'll go ahead and start us off. Yeah, I definitely give a pretty big edge to Billy here, and am happy to see some Alpha Strikes still maintaining that nice high speed, getting some good diversity in our list buildups here. Not all shooting, not all mid range. Got a little bit of Alpha still playing there. This is one of the good ones.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Billy too. He's also just come off of a really strong tournament at Bug Eater, where his only loss was to the guy that won the whole thing, John Becker. So I think he's got a good shot at making a really good run for the whole tournament, not just this game. I think John just said it. Billy should have been the dark horse that everybody voted for.
What you thinking, Pat?
Yeah, I think I gotta give it to Billy. Just a stealthy, hard-hitting cat is not what your shooty dwarves want to see.
Mr. Jeremy.
Well, considering Garrett has already played against my army 7,000 times. When I lose my game really early, I will go and hang out with Rossi and we'll have some beers. So I think I'm going to give it to Billy.
I too will go Billy in a landslide. If not Jeremy, then Rossi. I'll see you. Game 2.
All the friendly sports game twos. Gonna be good. Alrighty, we'll bring us down into the second to last table for tonight. Table 15. We've got Jeff Radigan versus Travis Tim. Adam, I hate to make you read 2 lists in a row, but do you want to do just read off your team?
Fucking, I guess I'll read off Goblin Filth.
Yep. Just gonna make you get some PTSD there for it.
I mean, I could read it. I'm from the southeast. It's second nature to me.
Does that count?
It's 25 fucking units of Goblin Filth is what it is. So,
Ooh.
all right. So the Mountain Goblin himself, Travis Tim, is taking a regiment of rabble with 6 hordes of rabble. He has 3 war trombones, 3 mob pup launchers, 2 mincers, 3 wingets, 3 bangets, 1 with inspiring, 3 whizzes, 1 with the boomstick, and Magua and Joes.
More individuals than scoring units.
That is true.
Devlin, I'll give you his counter opponent, who's not got a small amount of shooting himself, at least in terms of some lightning bolts.
Yep. So Jeff Radigan's out of the Pacific. Well, he's merking for the Pacific Northwest. He's south, isn't he?
Yes. I have to double check on that one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he's piloting Night Stalkers with some Forces of Nature allies, which surprisingly don't have the normal ally profile. But he starts it off with 2 hordes of butchers. He rounds it out with the usual 3 mind screeches. He's got a horde of fiend with the potion of the caterpillar, 2 void lurkiers, a horror with the boomstick, bumping that lightning bolt up to 6. And then in his Forces of Nature, he has a horde of worm riders for something different. The Beast of Nature with the normal 7 attacks and flying configuration, and a proper unicorn that has lightning bolt 5 and wings and scoring. That comes out to 19 unit strength, so kind of low, and 12 drops. So, I mean, if you're going to get out dropped, you might as well do it in the biggest way possible. Think of it this way. You can go to the bar, probably go take a deuce, and then Travis might be done deploying by then.
Yeah. 25 drops versus 12.
Yeah.
I think Trav has 12 scoring units.
So the chat's blowing up with this one's going to be interesting to watch. I see. So this has always been my conundrum with because I've played Travis's list and I've gotten beaten by it, and I was just like, huh, and I was like, that's a nifty list. That's cool. I like it. Admittedly, I don't have to get beaten by it every week, but at least one time experience is like, okay, I get it. It's a nifty idea. It's definitely a good idea. Like, he snuck into 3rd at Masters. Like, it wasn't even a sneak. He did well. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
He drew to Jeff Shulkin.
Gotcha. Okay, so effectively tied for second. Gotcha. So with Jeff here, the question's going to be, it's stealthy, which you would think would be one of the helpful benefits against goblins. But what I've seen is that the sheer volume of shots just says it doesn't matter, and the lower defense that Night Stalker tends to have across the board ends up basically
It's like a
being the
wash,
opposite.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it ends up washing out.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's a wash. Hi, I'm Devlin. This is the Jeff O'Neill support group, and numbers just will come to bear. I don't care if he's moving, he's shooting behind his back, under his legs. 6s eventually don't get halved, and 6s eventually hit. And when they do, it's all lowish defense. It's going to hurt. I don't think there's enough shooting in the Night Stalkers list to really pose any sort of threat to Travis's artillery. And so it's just going to be a slow grind of attrition as Jeff tries to get across the table, no matter how fast it is.
Yeah.
He's going to layer up and hide his good stuff, and all of Jeff's stuff is large and in charge, so he can just lob those bangets over the top of rabble units and do what it needs to do, and he'll just sit there and kind of disengage from you and just shoot you to death, and you won't be able to chew through the wall that there is. This is probably another candidate for a blackjack, in my opinion.
Pat, what you think?
There's a certain point where there's so many drops that it's hard to do much against, especially considering all the things that don't score are the things that are killing you, and all the things that do score don't really do much to you. So you kind of put it into this split, like, do I go for scenario and try to kill all the hordes and win that way? Meanwhile, all his other things are killing me, or do I focus on chasing down all these individuals, black monsters, and all of that, and kill them? In which case, you'll run out of turns to actually kill the rabble while they're sitting on the objectives. And Jeff's list doesn't seem like it has quite the tools to deal with that. Now, depending on how, if they get this set to rain, he might be able to do some stuff where, he can isolate things enough, block line of sight. So I'm not saying it's going to be necessarily a auto win for Travis, but I do think that, like I said before, Jeff has to play perfectly, and I feel like Travis has to play average, and if average or above, and if Jeff doesn't play perfectly or Travis plays above average, then Travis wins.
Yeah, the thing with Travis, though, is that this is a filthy list, but Travis is an above average player. He can pick up any army, any list, and do well with it in the best of tournaments. So at Lone Wolf, he actually, we put him to a challenge to where he wasn't bringing his goblins. That was decided by the group for him. And we even put it even a step further and said, all right, we're going to make an army for you. It'll get painted for you, and then you'll find out what it is when you get to Texas. And so we made this honestly pretty awful Brotherhood army for him, and he won 3 games and lost 2, and the 2 that he lost were, the turn 7 I win, turn 6 I lose type games. So going to Lone Wolf and versing the gauntlet of Texas players and doing that with a suboptimal army, he's just on another level as far as generalship goes. So you give him what he's comfortable with, and what is honestly, in my mind, probably the dirtiest list you can make in the game right now, and he's a Masters contender this year quite easily.
Adam has no bias.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you play a list like this, you talk yourself into trying to figure out how to deal with these annoying things, that there's no good way to figure out how to deal with them, right? Like wing its or these bang its or all these things that you don't have any efficient tools to deal with. You start trying to deal with them, and then you're like, oh man, this isn't working. But you've already you feel like you've already invested time in it. So if you start to second guess yourself, then it becomes even worse. I mean, I think if Jeff is going to have any chance, he's going to have to pull some crazy scenario, wonky, crazy sort of scenario type play to pull it away from Travis. But like you said, he's such a solid player, and this list is just so good. I mean, I know some Night Stalker players in the Southeast. I know Joey's gotten close to beating Jeff O'Neill before with Night Stalker. So I mean, I think it's not that any one list can never lose, right? But this is going to be uphill for sure, I think.
Travis's goblins have never lost in 3rd edition.
Yeah. Yet. And that's interesting because this Masters, we have a lot of undefeated or lists that have just dominated when played, like Travis's list, Jeff's list, Dustin's list. So there's going to be really interesting to see these lists. One list is going to get Masters, right? So it's going to be interesting to see.
All right, I'll round us off with our countdowns here. Yeah, it is hard to vote against Travis. I definitely remember playing this list, and it was very much I ran forward thinking it was like, oh, I've got it all figured out, and then like the next turn was like, oh gosh, bad things happened. And like I'm happy to have given him as good a game as I got, but man, it is a strong list, and it's very difficult to approach. But I think the opposite of it is if you try and stay away from it, then there's so much unit strength on the board you don't have the time to just pick it up, and then Travis wins the objective game. So maybe you pick up the casters that are shooting you to death, but now you haven't picked up these, what is this, over almost 200 nerve and rabble? Like, you got to pick your poison, and you can't kill these fast enough if you don't engage. But if you engage, then you just get melted by the everything behind it. It's a pretty rough list to play against. I'll be interested to see what can try to beat it this year, but I definitely give the edge to Travis.
I think goblin on goblin murder needs to happen. I think the chat's calling for it too.
Yeah, I think I started that chant where I would just like to see them both. Just see what you do to people. Just, this is what you do. You should have to deal with this.
Mr. Pat?
In order to win Masters, you really have to go undefeated, and I think the Goblin list can go undefeated.
Short and sweet, Mr. Jeremy.
Well, I think this is one of those lists, I didn't mention before, but I know Nate Clevenger has been playing Night Stalkers a lot, and he's beaten Jeff a lot in practice games. So I know that this is a list that you can beat. But I know there's a lot of talk just about, like, do you see it often? How often do you play against it? It's one of those lists that I imagine if you play against it, not having played against it all the time, it's like, what do you even do? So, I mean, it is possible. I think I got to go the edge with Travis just because it's, like Adam said, it's an undefeated list until it's defeated. So I'm going to go with Travis, but I think this could be, if we're looking at so far what we've seen, that would be like a really exciting upset so far in this round one. This would be one that would be really, really interesting to watch play out.
All right. And Devlin, I don't think it's a secret, but finish us off.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think because I didn't really do it a service, Jeff's list is neat, and I want to see it do well against other kind of lists. I think the Worm Rider allies are intriguing. This is just a matchup to where he doesn't really want to get involved with, and it's just unfortunate. But I think if he's going against some of the more kind of slow-moving dwarf lists, like Jeff's Night Stalkers can really pick them apart. But it's just kind of unfortunate that he just kind of looks in the sky and he's like, oh, I didn't know it was dark. Wait, no, it's actually the middle of the day. Those are just arrows that are about to just, and catapults that are just about to pancake me into oblivion. So good luck to you in game 2, Jeff. I hope you have fun there.
Alrighty, well, to our final table of the night. Going on to 16.
It feels like we just started, guys. We're already at the end. This has gone by so quick.
Why don't we just start
do it again
table 17 through 32? Let's just
Yeah,
do a marathon. Let's go.
Should we just take a little
no.
water break and then we'll come back?
I have real work tomorrow, guys. There's no way. I'm glad y'all could be with me on this long journey. Hopefully we're giving all the matches their due justice here. That's my goal. But in any case, for table 16, one of my probably, like, if there's going to be a best sportsmanship tables, this is a really good contender. We've got Lex Simon versus Brenton Williams. get Lex's up here. I will go ahead and get Lex's.
Gonna be a really
Red.
nice looking table too.
Yes, both of these people are very good painters.
The players and the armies are easy on the eyes.
I can go ahead and read off Lex's. If Pat, you want to finish us off with Grant.
All right, you going first, or am I going first?
I can go first. So with Lex Simon, hailing from the south, local Austin player. We've got 3 Abyssal Ghouls as regiments, 2 Gargoyle troops, 3 Molochs, 1 with Potion of the Caterpillar and upgraded with a champion to get Fearless and Brutal. All of these are going to be upgraded with champions for Fearless and Brutal. 4 regiments of Tortured Souls, 2 Abyssal Warlocks, both with Drain Life, 1 Heliquin Blood Mask with just as they are, and the Well of Souls. It's a neat list.
I think second edition called it once its list back.
Right? Well, the Tortured Souls are different now because that's a lot more. They're faster. They had 16 units, 28 unit strength.
All right.
You say they're faster, but no, the speed's different. Anyway, continue, Pat.
All right, so Brendan will have Young Axe Regiment, 2 Great Axe Hordes, a Troop of Skulks, a Regiment of Gore Riders, a Legion of Gore Chariots, a War Drum, 3 Giants, a Crutcher on a Gore with Blade of Slashing, Whip the Outcast, and Ulfgar the Mad for 13 drops, 23 unit strength.
What does Ulfgar do?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Mad's Magic, Breach Friendly Core, Heavy Infantry Regiment. Okay, so he's like a Shaman, increasing the amount of damage roll with Bane Chant and Fireball.
So
the max is plus 11.
So his big thing, the plus 11 is really misnomer. He doesn't have the cap on his plus 3 that normal guys to get. But his big thing is he grants Life Leech with his Bane Chant up to a maximum of plus 3.
I'm imagining that this is in fact a mistake and that it's not actually plus 11, but rather that it caps at 11 and is actually plus 4. Or is it actually plus 11?
So it can go up to plus 11.
Okay.
So if
Okay.
you somehow, it's the normal God Speaker thing. Normal God Speakers are capped at plus 3. Elfgar can, if you manage to get 11 units within 6 inches of him, you can get plus 11.
It is plus 11. It's not capped at 11 and plus 4. It is in fact plus 11 theoretically, up to like 18 Fireball or something ridiculous like that.
You can have Bane Chant 14, motherfucker. Yes.
Sure,
Fireball
cool.
18. If you
What a
can
nifty
somehow
character.
manage to get what was it?
Bunker.
It's limited to heavy infantry regiments and hordes or legions.
So
That's
yeah,
pretty
I'm gonna
tricky.
need like Annis or someone in the chat to like do the geometry to see how you get 11 units within range of that guy, just for the bonus.
Someone
Like I
had
want
to
to see
figure
the
out.
formation.
Yeah, like what did you get with plus 11? Someone
Why-
had to do it.
I'm
Why
not
do you
convinced
even-
that Pat didn't pull a number out of his ass for this rule and just went for it from there.
Let me
Oh,
ask,
that is-
why'd you even put a cap on it if it's plus 11?
What's the use there? It's
Could
just,
you get
So-
plus 12? Is that
Well, that
possible?
12 is just
I-
too good. That's what breaks it.
Yeah, no, that
If
was
it gets to 12,
too much.
watch out.
Pat crunched the numbers. He actually did the math. He had the spreadsheets up. He borrowed them from Matt and said, plus 12 is just way too good. It's just undercosted, so we can't go that far.
We had to put the limit somewhere.
In all
Let-
seriousness, these are some interesting lists.
Lex is interesting, right? Because he doesn't play. From what I've heard, I played him at a tournament, but he doesn't play all that much outside of events. But when he does come to events, he always plays really strong. He's got a really cool snake salamander army. I haven't seen his Forces of Abyss, but like I said, it's going to be a really beautiful. For those who haven't seen it, Brenton's chariot model that he uses for his chariots, which he runs as a fight wagon, go find that model at the event. I won't tell you what it is if you haven't seen it, but go find it. It's one of those like worth going to track down units. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to be a really pretty table. I don't think I've seen his Abyss army. Matt, you might, unless it's one of his older ones.
I think he's doing the snakes. I think it's the snake army.
Oh, the snake army is pretty.
Oh, he's just going to run it as abyssals, basically.
I believe so. I could be wrong, but I think the last time I saw him play, he was running that. Though it's been long enough, and COVID has kept us to where I don't think I've seen him outside of Lone Wolf. And I don't remember seeing his army at Lone Wolf, or at least recall it with good enough detail to be like, yeah, it was snakes, or no, it was something new. Hank Googe had us all distracted, as he will again.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a pretty deal because Lex comes up with some pretty cool stuff on his armies, and it's gonna be an interesting matchup. I really do like this Abyssal list. I think ghouls are one of the most cost efficient units there is. And Tortured Souls are great big chat. And then the Monarchs are, they're on a bigger base, which is a sad thing, but they hit like trucks, and they got the Brutal and the Fearless and the Regen, so if you don't kill them, they're coming right back. Let me say, I'm not the biggest fan of Fearless and Brutal upgrades, but it's one of those things where I don't know, those 60 points, I don't know if he could have done that much better with them. I might have done different items instead of that, because I usually find Fury is enough, but it is nice to absolutely know that you can count on them not wavering, and that by itself is probably worth it. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of punch in this Abyssal list, and the Well of Souls is, he can heal anything up completely if he wants to sacrifice himself or, heal up a little bit here and there throughout the game. It's listed with a good amount of tools, and what was it, 15 scoring drops is also quite a lot to deal with for a lot of lists. And on Brennan's side, though, 3 Giants is, I feel like Giants, they're kind of fallen out of fashion because they're seen as like the basic boring Titan. But they are pretty good. At 75mm base with that many attacks and crush strength, it's a small package. You can play with a lot of fun things with blocking charges and limiting attacks and all that. And orcs in general just hit like a truck, so it's gonna be interesting to see who ends up grinding each other out. I think there's gonna be very few units left on the table in this game.
And Britton will try to fool you. He'll be like, look at my pretty army. Look at my self-deprecating humor. But he can play, man. He is a really good player. He's whooped me. I've lost count of how many times. So, and I know he wanted to add the Giants for a little pizzazz and have some new stuff pain-wise, and his army is really beautiful. But I mean, like you said, you can do a lot with those Giants. So it's going to be an interesting game. I mean, there's both these armies are going to just punch each other in the face.
Yeah. And I will say, if Lex Simon is a really good player who's been hamstrung by the fact that he's a teacher, and so he's on the teacher schedule, so throughout the year he doesn't get to play as much, and also that he's in the South region, so he gets overshadowed a lot. So if any year is going to be his year, it's going to be this year, where he's Masters is in the summer, so he actually has time to practice for it, and he probably had a little bit more time at the beginning of the pandemic to actually build and paint and come up with a list.
Well, and he qualified in the South region, despite those challenges. That says a lot in itself. But yeah, I kind of piggyback off what Patrick said here. I love his list. It's the way that I would like to play Abyssals if I were to play them. It basically says if you don't kill one of my main units, which in this case is the Molochs, they're just going to be full health essentially next turn and coming at you with full force. Big call out, I do love the double Abyssal Warlocks with Drain Life 6. 12 Drain Life on top of the amount of damage that some of these units can put into to combat is usually enough to win a one-on-one fight. So I think that Lex has the tools to just go in and pop units in a single go, which orcs are. I think orcs are kind of fragile in general. Both these armies are somewhat fragile, but I think Lex wins in the grind as far as if something lives, it's going to bite you.
Yeah, I think that Britain's got if Great Axe touch anything or allowed to touch anything, whatever they touch should die. The problem being is that Lex has so much chaff that is pretty easy to get where he wants between the gargoyles and the tortured souls with all that fly, that he can pretty much hold the Great Axe in like down pat until he wants to deal with them. And I think that's ultimately what's going to happen. There's not the Giants, yes, they still are good, but I think at the end of the day, I think it's basically going to funnel the fights that Lex wants, and Lex is just going to take them out one by one. Britton just wanted one of us to just tell him that he's fucked, and so I'm just going to tell him that he's fucked. So good luck in game 2, Britton.
Well said.
Yeah. Devlin has very nicely analyzed, I think, the issue here for Brenton, which is that, and I'm looking at Brenton's list just as a quick double check, but he has, I think, Lightning Bolt 3 as his long range chaff pickup, which, I mean, the gargoyles do still have to at least jitter a little bit at their lower nerve, but like otherwise, that puts all the flying chaff on the table to get in front of the Great Axe hordes, which are like the one thing the Molochs don't want to deal with. Or at least not in one, like if the Great Axe get the Molochs first, the Molochs are totally fine with hitting it back. But he won't let that happen is going to be the issue. And the Molochs are just going to slowly but surely eat everything else bit by bit, I think. If he can pick them up, if those Great Axe do get to the Molochs and or alternatively, I mean, Gore Chariots are not to be underestimated. They do hit pretty freaking hard. And I do believe there's definitely Bane Chant in the list. Giants being 19-21 with the War Drum behind them, unless the War Drum is limited on its rally for some. It is War Drum.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. Was getting a little excited there for a minute. I was like, that would be some exciting chaff, but yeah, no. 18 to only 18-20s though. Molochs will struggle a little bit with the Giants to kill them in one turn, but I mean, you got the Drain Life to equal that out, so that those couple extra wounds there should tip it over. The Brutal and Fearless just means the Molochs are always in play. They're always going to get healed back to full, as you guys have accurately stated. And with Brutal, I mean, they're whites. They're slower whites, but he has all the tools to make sure they get where they need to go. So it's an alternate style, but a very sneakily tanky and hard-hitting list. And I definitely love 3 Giants. I love the theme on Brenton's side. If he doesn't shout jump up and down. Yeah, I'm gonna be very,
I'm
very
glad
upset.
we all went there.
Yep.
Yell and ball was where I played vampire counts. So when you yell and ball and I just lose combat, I'm like, I hate you.
But yeah, I definitely give it to Lex. I also think Lex is, as Pat said, he's kind of a stealthy good player, where like the South region's just massive pool of players has crushed him to being like in that, he's always in there. He's always just right underneath where like he could sneak into a Masters group. But you've got, the entire Dojo club plus, good players in some of the other clubs. I would argue he's probably the best Minions player. I'm a club that often gets less rep, or at least the best only like a Minions player, because Pat and I technically are also in Minions. But no, he's a very good player. He's been around for a long time, and he's just a fun game. Like, this is going to be a really fun table.
Yeah,
he
no,
really is.
this is a gentleman's duel if I've ever seen one. This is another
Oh,
one of
yes.
those sports considerations. So regardless of what happens, this is going to be a fun game for both parties.
Absolutely.
So Lex is the guy who actually really both Lex and Britton I think can beat anybody in a one-on-one game. And list-wise, I think Lex's list actually might be able to go the distance. He will need some. He's going to struggle against some of those goblin matchups we saw earlier. But I think this list could even take on some of the undead matchups we saw. The Mikaton list. And because of that, I think my vote's going to go for Lex, because I think he's got an edge on the list.
Mr. Jeremy?
It's an interesting one. I think, Lex does have a couple tools that I'm not quite sure what Britain's going to do. I mean, the Well of Souls is a little scary. I'm curious about the Tortured Souls, But I think, like you say, it's kind of like not the most exciting unit, but I think Britain's giant play is really going to be, I think, a deciding factor. If he can use those giants to block charges or do some funky stuff in there where he can get in places, I think he does have a chance. So I think it's going to be close. Like you said, both really nice guys, both great play. I think I gotta go. I'm gonna go with my homer, and I'm gonna go. It's gonna be close, but I think the Gore Chariots are gonna have a field day and do really well. So I'm gonna go with Britain.
Mr. Devlin?
I'm not saying it's impossible for Britain, but it's going to be tough. I think if the Molochs hit a spot where they snake something, and then something that he doesn't want actually gets to play the game and play back, and he loses one of those Molochs by surprise, it's going to be tough for Lex to be able to kind of chew through the rest of those units. But at the end of the day, I still stand by that Lex has the tools, I think, to kind of dictate the matchups he wants and can just slowly pull pieces off piece by piece. So I'm going with Lex.
Alrighty. Adam, I don't know if I got your vote on that one.
You didn't. I'm right there though with
Yeah.
Lex. I think that this is another vote to consider for a dark horse even.
Good call. Alrighty. Well, that is all the matchups for tonight. So for those of you watching on stream, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for keeping the chat interesting and engaging the whole way through. We'll be back same time tomorrow around 7:15 to start and finish off our last matchups, and then probably have a little bit of time afterwards. The time we spent with Mark at the beginning is going to be replaced with time afterwards to kind of talk about like who we think our dark horses are going to be, who the prettiest tables are going to be, who the drunkest tables are going to be, and then we'll go from there with seeing. I'll post a poll on Fanatics, so basically asking for interesting matchups and what people want to see on the stream for the Masters cast. But until then, everyone, you'll have a wonderful rest of y'all's night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
One way.
Bye.
Bye.